Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. I hope you're having a wonderful time. You can call me Dragon, and today we'll continue work on MonsterStone and pretty much be picking up where we left off yesterday. And where we left off yesterday was a bit of a headache, so to speak. Got a bit of help from Loki in chat, who was in here, trying to help me debug some of the issues that I was currently facing at that time. We did get some of them resolved and learned a few things, which was kind of cool. But the problem still existed that for the sound sources, for the ambient sounds specifically, they were like super loud, and I couldn't quite figure out why. So what did I do? Well, I sort of poked my sound engineering friend called Tobias, and I asked him, yo, do you know anything about these ambient aka ambient components and this issue that I'm facing? And unfortunately, turns out that he's kind of stopped using Wise, and he's now using what's it called, Fmod, I think, which I believe is, and assume is, just another sound engine. There's probably some pros and cons, so he wasn't quite sure on what was going on, but we talked a bit back and forth, and I told him what I knew about how it worked and all that, and he agreed with me that it was kind of fucked, because it turns out after a bit of further testing, I essentially found out that the sound sources do not harmonize the attenuation for the sounds in those in that large mode that we were messing around with yesterday. Meaning that for every node that you put into the large mode hierarchy, it acts as an individual sound source. The only thing that makes it different than just putting in individual sound sources like with the simple mode is the way that Wise processes it from a CPU standpoint, like optimization wise. And you can do the large mode, and you can do the multi-positioning mode. I can't remember what it was called. They work in similar ways on like a pure functionality level, where in one it's the game object itself that acts as a sound source, and every other game object that posts the same event will be grouped together in the same like pool and share the same sound event, meaning that if you walk between the two, it's the same event playing, but the volume is just adjusted to reflect your position according to those two objects. And then for the large mode, you have all those nodes around, which are supposed to like define an area in which those sounds are heard. But the same problem persists if the attenuation is so far reaching that it overlaps with the neighboring node. That if you're standing in between those two, you get the attenuation of both those sounds. And what's bad about that is that if we go to our game here, let me just disable the preview. We go to MonsterStone here, and we look at our hierarchy in the tutorial level. We open up our Wise sounds here, which are currently disabled, but that's because of the testing I did yesterday. So if we take a look at this here, Water 1, which is the river that flows at the bottom of the waterfall, sort of towards the edge of the level or whatever. We have all these ambient points, right? And what it means is that if I'm standing on this bridge, I'm effectively hearing 4, 5, potentially, maybe, I mean, due to how the attenuation spheres are, I'm actually hearing all these nodes in the leftmost side of the bridge simultaneously. Which is not good, because that explains why the volume in game was much, much louder than it was in Wise. And that's because they're being played on top of each other. And when you do that, it's like adding amplifying the sound. So it's like, you know, becoming much, much louder as a result. And that means there are a couple things you can do to resolve this, because we want to be solution oriented here. And if I go in and say current events only, like these are the attenuation spheres that we have for all those sounds, and you can kind of understand why it was so loud, because they reach pretty far and then they attenuate, which is fine for a single sound source if it's like adjusted volume wise, because some sounds like a waterfall you might want to hear from a long distance, because you imagine that kind of sound would travel pretty far because of the impact and all that. And for the river, the attenuation spheres or distances and such would have to be modified regardless, but the issue is still that it's dependent on where you put these nodes. So it's not what I initially thought it would do, which is to generate like an area where that would be the area within the sound sources would play full volume. So if you were anywhere in this field, if you will, it would be at full volume, and then as soon as you stepped outside, it would start attenuating, which is not the case. Because what I tried to do is I tried to set the attenuation range of these sounds to 5 units, which is about the distance from this corner here and then over here or something. And when I did that, all of a sudden I couldn't hear the river at all, except if I were on the bridge, at which point it got still louder than it was in Wise itself, because there's all these sound emitting nodes around here that together amplify the volume up to a point where it's too loud than it should be. And that means that you have a couple of challenges to overcome. Because that means if you want to use this system, you have a couple of problems. Like, first of all, the attenuation spheres are just that. They're spheres, right? So having them not overlap is basically not going to happen. And that means in order to work with this, you basically are forced to fine-tune your attenuation so that when you use these nodes, the attenuation from one node to the next doesn't overlap them too much, right? And maybe even that the loudness attenuates faster in the beginning and then slower, further out, sort of to deal with it. Did I just hear a sound effect, or was that just me? I feel like I just heard something. I don't know if someone played an event. I had my speakers down, so I didn't really hear it. Oh well. A bit unsure. Could have been like a sneaky Toto. But yeah, that basically means that you can't really like define an area, it seems, where the sound is like persistent or consistent in how loud it is. Because depending on your distance and the distribution of these nodes, the volume is gonna vary greatly within this area even, right? So that's not really a good solution, in my opinion, because that's effectively what I wanted it to be, that when you're in this river area, the volume is, at the peak of how loud it can go. And then as soon as you leave the area, it starts attenuating, which is not the case. Now, what other options do we have? Well, we have the solution we're using for the waterfalls, which also are problematic. They also use the AK ambient, but they are in what's called multi-position mode instead of the large mode. And it's, as I explained before, that these two waterfalls in their prefab have this component, and that means when they play a sound event in Wise, they're considered like the same sound event. However, it turns out they are also affected by the same problem. So the more waterfalls I have in close proximity to each other with this component, the louder it's just going to be. And that doesn't really work that well either, because that means if I were to put 5 waterfalls, which I tried, side by side, and then like if I were to make a very wide waterfall in another level with this prefab, it would get so loud that even if I were on the edge of this map, it would be louder than the background music, even though it's attenuating all the way out here, right? Because it's using currently the same attenuation profile. So what do? Well, you could go in and fine-tune the attenuation profile and then make one that works in the context of the waterfalls just outright, but that's like a lot of back and forth and figuring out what the curvature for the attenuation should be, because it should probably drop off early very quickly and then attenuate slowly the further out, so that if you have two sound sources next to each other, moving between the two, you don't get a lot of overlap of the loudness, and then as soon as you move further away, they also don't over amplify each other because they've already dropped significantly, but you can still hear it further out. Basically, it does mean that multiple waterfalls will still be much louder further out, but because they would do that dip initially, it would sort of smooth out at longer distances. That would be one solution, but that's not really what I want to go with. So for the waterfalls in this case, I think it's better to just have an empty game object, set up your AK ambient, keep it into multi-position mode, but only have one per waterfall like setup that you make, so that if you have multiple waterfalls that are separated in a level, they would play the same sound and thus be more performance friendly, but you only have one sound source per waterfall, meaning that the attenuation doesn't overlap, the general, which doesn't increase the loudness beyond your control, basically. And then for different sizes of waterfalls, you would do different sounds and wise, which might just be modifications of the waterfall sound that we got yesterday, and make different events for different size waterfalls, like one that's small, large, and medium and large maybe, which might do the trick. So that's for the waterfalls, but what do we do about the rivers? Well, I talked with Tobias about this, and he came up with something that I think is a pretty solid idea, which is gonna take a lot of implementation, but I think it might be worth it for a couple of reasons. So what it is that it should be some code that moves a sound source within a three-dimensional mesh as its bounding area, if you will. And then all I would have to do is to make a low poly mesh that covers the surface area of this river in some way or another, and then through a script move the sound source around on the water surface, basically. So that means if you're in this area, the sound source would be moving according to your camera, and then the X, or would it be the X and the X and C values would be your camera's X and C values, and then they would be what's the word for it again, clamped to the boundaries of this object, so that if it were to be outside of this object, it would set it at the closest intersection point, which I'll have to look into how to actually make that work, because it might be it sounds a bit complex, but you never know. But then when you're in here, it would be on you, so that means that if I set the Y position to your camera's Y position all the time, you maybe, I'm not entirely sure on how I want to do this, but then you would actually, it should just be the Y position of the water itself, now that I think about it. Yeah, because that's the water source. So it would be the Y level of your water source, which means you just set the game object that plays the sound where you want the water level to be, and then you just modify the X and C values, I guess, and do the clamping. Now it does mean that you do need to make a low poly mesh so that you can have this bounding area or something like that, which I'm not too sure on how it's gonna work. But after thinking about it a little bit, it's not too different from having to set up these nodes with the AK ambient wise component anyway. It might even not only be just as simple to do, but also yield a much better result audio wise, right? Because no matter where you are, then you actually do get the effect that you have an area where you have a sound source that plays according to your position to that, like nearest position to that bounding area. But yeah, question is how to get that done, because it's like you got to calculate the shortest distance somehow to the nearest point on a three-dimensional polygon, right? But that's something I'm thinking about playing around with a bit today. There is something I do want to do before that though, just to get started and warming up, but now you at least know what's on the menu. And that is the cogwheel menu, main menu button in the top right of the screen. Currently has a sound when you press the button, but it does this hover over effect when you hover your mouse over it. And it doesn't play a sound, so I've been wanting to make a sound for that first today. Simply because I thought about it, you know, between the stream yesterday and today, that, oh yeah, I could add a sound for it. Now the question is, because I don't think I have a fitting sound, and I was thinking about like a grind, like a stone grinding on stone kind of sound, like or something like that. So hopefully we can find something. And I should probably just make close that. Yeah, I should probably set the desktop audio just to 50% so you guys don't get like become deaf, because some of these sounds can be rather loud. We want Creative Commons 0 license stuff too, so let's see what we got. Could probably edit that down to do like a, and then by pitch shifting it, maybe make it sound a bit better. Maybe even some low or high pass. I think it might be low pass filters because there's a lot of room sound. I don't know if I can get rid of that. Okay, not that. Edit that down might be useful. Get this one. Also get this one up here. Even though it sounds a little bit got a little bit too much of that room sound. But we'll give it a go. Ow. 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 Holy shit, that was loud. This would be cool if it weren't for the fact that I can hear the mechanisms in the background. Take you as well. Not necessarily certain that I'll be using that, but What if I reverse the words? Does it change the search results? It does. It actually gives me less. Interesting. Yeah, a lot of these are the same. That is on point with the sound I just made. Alright, Lucky. Also, hello. Kinda. What else could you look up? Oh, I have an idea. What if we go in here and look at the tags? Dragging, scraping stone, dragging stone. Don't think we got that one. Chair scrape. Oh my god, that was very, very hollow. Playing with stones. That sound peaks quite a lot, but I can actually use that for something, I think. Still looking for sounds for my stone harvesting effect. Because I'm still not quite happy with it. Shoes scraping on concrete? Nope. Because you can kind of sort of get an idea in looking at the waveforms, but you never fucking know. That almost sounds like Velcro. What? Right? Like when you're taking two pieces of Velcro and like ripping them off. Holy shit, that was loud.
Sound recording track.
Nice. Might just be Velcro. It said it was very close up, so. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. You guys only hearing 50% volume, FYI. That kind of sounds really ominous. Damn. I don't know, I kind of like that sound. I'm just gonna take it. Not necessarily for... What? Log in to download? Why do I need to log in for this? What? Am I not? I'm still on Creative Commons. What? Audacity. Oh, that was in 7 days? Dude, I found one of the 7 days to die sounds on when looking for wood chopping sounds. You wanna hear? Let me see. Dip, dip. Give me a moment. Trying to remember where it was. I think I actually might have sent it to Peter. Was it that pin thing? No. I can actually do one better than that. We can just find it again. This is actually really easy to find. Game development. CC0. And then it's like one of these somewhere. But this is the site where I found it. Actually, I can't be bothered finding it. There's only 2 pages though, but I also remember I should have them still in my actual filtered sounds. That's probably a bit easier. Filtered SFX, materials, wood. Then it should be one of these. I think it's like one of these 5 sounds. Maybe. Nope, not that one. Is it the impact wood? There it is. This one. So yeah, and it's basically, it doesn't even sound like it's edited, right? These are the source files. I just found it really funny to find like something like, dude, that is like so clear that that is the sound, and that's where they got it from. But doesn't really surprise me. 7 Days got kind of in trouble due to some they bought a lot of assets back in the day when they first started developing the game, and they still, some of them I guess are still in there. But they did get in some trouble due to the zombie models they were using at some point, if I remember. So not too surprising. Is when you break a wood pile. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay, I do need to get those from the downloads folder. And let's put them into the stone folder. Then figure out which ones we want to use. Materials, stone. Yeah, this one might be useful for the mining stone sound. I think we can just use that one called scraping stone here. Let's see, where do we put that? Somewhere in SFX. Did I make a... I did make a UI. Well, we'll only need to do this sound, so... If I remember correctly, yeah, I put these in... Well, are these random containers? Yeah. Not because I had to, but because it makes it a bit easier to modify sounds later on. So do we call this main menu? And what is that movement? I guess we can just call it scrape. Put that in there, call it the same. And then put a 1 in it. Like, that's basically the sound I want. So let's cut it down a little bit. Very good. Let's see what happens if we change the pitch on this one. If we, of course, lower the pitch, we slow down the sound, right? So the lower it is, the slower it also is. Whatever you can make sounds play in reverse. I haven't really thought about that. Let's try something as well. Let's see what happens if we put in a max offset of 100. Because that gives it a variety. Without making the sound too different. Yeah, so these UI sounds are at like peaking at about -7 dB. Actually, it's maybe a little bit too loud. Lower that just by 2 dB, I think. Then we keep this one where it is. Maybe a little bit more. Try 11. There we go. And then we need to make an event for this. It's going to be a simple play event called play main menu scrape. Put that under your UI and save the project. Cool, that should be all we need to do here for now, I think. Let's generate the sound banks and try and implement it. So what are you doing today? Blah, blah. Wow, what are you doing today, Blukey? What are you up to? Wouldn't coincidentally be 7 Days to Die because you mentioned that earlier today to me. Or would it? Not at all. Okay. Is that supposed to be sarcastic? Could be. I couldn't tell. How does this work again? So we've got the button holder. I think this is where the script is on. Nope. Oh, it was. Read you like an open book, my friend. Oh wait, this does have the UI translate toggle. This is what I need. Let's see here. So, how did Past Dragon make this? Unpoint your ender, then toggle a flow that animates the position. Okay, I have an idea on how to do this. Might not get the logic right the first time around, but we technically don't need to do a sequence, actually. But I do prefer having it as a sequence. Because you can, in theory, feed something through the once flow and then say after to continue the flow. Which is, you know, very similar to just doing this. as far as I'm aware. What are you saying, Blukey? Oh dear God. What even is that? I mean, that looks built. Like, it's definitely built out of blocks. But why? Why? And this is like a, what is this? It looks Japanese due to the red arches, right? And those slanted things, so I assume this is a Japanese town. It's always the, is it Chinese or Japanese, but I think this is Japanese. I recently changed my way of doing things, so now when people write me over Discord, it does play the notification sound. Japanese. Yeah, mech. Yeah, but it's like not just a mech, it's a transformer. That's the word I was looking for. Looks very much like a transformer mech. Or maybe that's just me, I don't know. So let's see if we can get this logic right. So when the pointer enters, it first turns the bottom flow off. When this is turned off, I can tell it to reset this once up here, because that happens first. And I should be able to then just do the same in inverse. This is going to look messy, but it works. Because then we can just do the post, the wise event after this, because we only want to fire that once, and then play the scraping sound. We can actually make a variation of it so that the sound depends on whether it goes in or out. Question is, what would that sound like? In. Call this out. Set it up like this. We have a scrape in and scrape out sound. So we can set this one maybe to high pitch. Might work. And let's actually then delete that event and just make 2 new ones. I don't know if I can do like this. Okay, let's just do one at a time. Same for you. That in there. Generate the sound banks, and then we just need some kind of wise variable for this script here. And we can just steal some of that from one of the other scripts so I don't have to write and remember. I'm lazy. One of the laziest programmers you'll ever meet. But yeah, we were messing around with all this, so close all that. Then just take my idle clicker variables as a reference, and we need some of this. Don't need the game object, right? Yeah, because it's gonna be posting the event to itself because they're not localized, like 3D positioned. What I mean. So move in sound event. Don't want to call it scrape or anything because this is like a very generic functionality. Then we just make a move out sound event. Let Unity compile that script. Don't remember if we built the sound banks, but we'll just click that. And then we need to do one more thing, which is we need to build or update the unit options. Because we've got our new events over here now. So we can say scrape in as the move in sound event and the scrape out as the move out sound event. Now all we got to do is actually tell the code to play the sounds. And because I'm lazy again, I'm just going to reference what I did in here somewhere. If I can remember where I put these things. I think it should be like an example in here, right? Oh, wait a minute. Didn't I change how that all works? I think I did. Because it used to be in here that is like, oh, you click the thing and it generated sounds, but that's all been changed, hasn't it? Damn. Trying to remember where, because it's like a bit annoying to remember like how to set these things up, and I can never recall. Do I not have like a wise thing in here? Ah, wise ha sound. Do we need just the post event thing, right? Yeah, we don't need to do the switch value this time, which is the annoying part that you sometimes have to do. And I just can't remember all the specific things because it's like still new to it. Let's go into the button holders thing here. Because we want to post this event, right? And it needs to be onto itself. Do that once, and then the event in question would be, what's this called? UI translate move in sound event, get that. UI translate move out sound event. And which is which? So on pointer ender, it moves out, right? I guess it's a matter of perspective. Like, does it move into the screen or does it move out from the corner? So what's the logic I made here? So it moves in on the screen and it moves out from, like, in towards the screen and out from the screen. Okay. That means on hover enter, it moves in. Good. And then hook the move out in a similar way, but just down here. Fingers crossed this works first time around. Anything else? No, I don't think so. And all that. Cool, okay, let's see if this works. Okay, it might not work exactly as intended. So what's going on here? Oh shit. This is the flow it plays when it is off. I only need to do it when it is turned off. Something that's a bit odd though is that this button itself is not playing a sound again. I was pretty sure that I fixed that. But why is that not working again? Wait, I thought I fixed this yesterday. Why is that not working? It says enable button highlight sound event is false, which should be set around here. No? Enable button highlight sound event. Oh. Just because it wasn't enabled. I think it's because when I was messing with it, it's like I didn't like the idea of that. But I think I've changed my mind. Now the only thing about this that's a bit weird is that it still does the unpointer exit thing. which is a little bit not sure how I feel about that, because it's a bit weird that it plays the sound when you open up the main menu. Also, that waterfall, I really need to change that. That's like super loud compared to everything else, at least. Yeah, so when I click it, it does the on pointer exit. Okay, that's something I might not want. That's interesting. Oh. This is the wrong check that I'm doing here. What the fuck? Enable button click. For some reason, in this condition check, I'm checking the highlight sound effect, but this is supposed to be the button. Like, this is when you click a button, Dragon. What were you thinking? I guess. Could it be? I think it's because I just copied this up here and I forgot to switch out the condition at some point. Huh. Okay, well that should work now. Thought it was a little bit weird. It's effing loud. Which part is? The music? I can tune it down over here if it's like really loud. Because it's like, it's hard to test sounds if you're not playing it at like max volume. Oh, the waterfall. Okay. Yeah. It's basically because it's playing two sounds simultaneously, so it's like amplified to being twice as loud as it needs to be. There we go. I like it. Too bad there's no way that I can check if I'm pressing the button and then not play the retract sound. Also, I think... Oh, we're back to having to fix this now? God fucking damn it. Why is that not working? Oh my goodness. Okay. Main menu UI, button container, and then the return button. What's going on here? Why are you not turning off? Because you're being toggled before. There's a reason why I don't do this whole thing here and then toggle it, right? Damn it. Might have to do it that way. Okay, let's see if doing this breaks anything and then just take it from there. Yeah, because now it doesn't do that anymore. Well, that still works. That still works. Yeah, the only difference is that it's less snappy now. So now it like needs to wait for this animation to play, right? That unless I toggle something, if I recall. Because there was a setting I'm pretty sure I implemented to address that. My guess is that that might just not be on this UI. Let's see. Well, it looks very similar. Ah, enable interaction scaling. Let's see, why is that disabled? Oh, that's just yeah, that's just while the code is actually running. It's not like it feels bad that it does that. Like it waits by closing the menu until you've finished that animation, I guess. That's okay. As long as the main menu is snappy, which it seems to be. Not exactly sure why it's snappy like that. Because it seems like it's oh, thanks. Yeah, I looked to see it's all CC serialized and stuff, right? So it's good to use. I do want to make it so that you can change some settings on how the music plays and disable it and all that, but that's, you know, that's what this options button is gonna be for. But yeah, I can't take credit for the music. I didn't make that. It's all CC serialized and stuff. How about... Oh, this is still working? I think it is. Fits nicely. Yeah, it is like a fantasy world, right? So... medieval-esque fantasy. Maybe I should look at the depth of field effect to see if I can fix that, because it's been annoying me for a while now that it's based on screen resolution. The larger your screen resolution is, the more pronounced the depth of field effect becomes. Or rather, it becomes like it affects things closer to you at higher screen resolutions for some reason. But it all seems to be working as it needs to. Cool. I just love it when a plan comes together. Alright, let's see if we can't do something about that DOF while I don't forget it. So my guess is, because it's been a while since I looked at this, so I wonder where it's at, but I guess we're gonna start looking at the main camera. Post-processing behavior. And then you have like these profiles here. Remove motion blur. There is no motion blur. So as you see motion blur, that's all OBS doing things. But this would be like game options as well. Yeah, so it seems that depth of field is just like something you have to be able to set settings for. Because it's all dependent on your screen resolution. Huh. I wonder. Let's see what the internet has to say. Accepting blur kernel, okay. God damn it. The height value of the current rendering resolution divided by the height of the resolution for which the effect was initially set and tweaked. For us it was 1920, yeah, 1080p just like me. So y divided by 1080. You can set it where all the other DOF parameters are set in range function in depth of field.cs. Deprecated. I wonder, because I've never touched this post-processing profile. I wonder. Hey Bacon, how are you? How are you? I'm doing fine. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you again. I'm working on trying to resolve a camera effect issue with depth of field, and it's gonna be curious to see if I can figure this out. What are you up to today? Post-processing? Just try and see if there's something here. Post-processing profile in Unity, engine.postprocessing. Okay, that's good. Anti-aliasing, bloom, chromatic aberration, color grading. There should be like a depth of field here. What if I say depth of field set? Okay, so there's a type called depth of field model, huh? Waking up, coffee before work, alright. Well, I hope you have a nice time at work when you get to it. Looking forward to a long day. Depth of field model kernel size. Hmm. There's a strongly typed list of objects that can be accessed by index, providing methods to search, sort, and manipulate lists. Don't really get a lot to work with this. Usually when values are like shown as this icon here, it's because it's like the only way to usually like address them is to have a reference somewhere. Obviously that means that it doesn't allow me to do what I need to do with bold anyway. What if we go into the unit options? Can I add this type here? Depth of field model. Don't know what a depth of field component is. The field model dot settings. That sounds interesting. Let's try and add some of these, because I have no idea what I actually need. The model, and then there was one more, right? The component. What else is there? A list of depth of field model. That is a list of those. Okay. Don't think I need that. Try and add the component though and see what we have. Hopefully I can just set it through Bolt. Otherwise, this is gonna be very, very annoying. Because that would be one of those cases where I'm forced to make a C# script just because it's easier. It does happen from time to time, but not like I can't work with it, but I'd just rather not. Because you do have the focus distance, the aperture f-stop. Use camera FOV. I wonder what that is for. Focal length and then the kernel size. If I remember correctly... Or actually, no, I don't. I wonder if it's the focus distance. I mean, you can just play with this in play mode, right? Figure it out. Because it would be really convenient if it's just one value I have to change. Otherwise, this is going to be annoying. Depth of field. So we got the model, and in here, what do we have? New depth of field model, which just gives us that. And then you can set the settings of a depth of field model according to values. Okay. So what if we depth of field settings here? What do we have? So you can set the aperture and stuff like that in here. Okay. So kernel size, that's it. So those are all the settings. Okay. What if we say dip? What if we just say aperture set? What does it need? Right. So it needs one of those settings as an input that you then modify and then you pass it on. Right? If I make it chainable, that way I can take this and then feed it in somewhere else. So if we then say depth of field model and settings set, make that chainable as well. Like so. So basically the idea is that you go through all the different settings that you set onto one of these settings variables or whatever. Feed that into the settings.set, where you also feed in the setting that you want to change, which in this case is just going to be a reference to this settings component, which is on, actually that's like yeah, that's like a scriptable object similar. It's not even on a game object. Interesting. So I'd have to manipulate this separately. Okay. Cool. Well, let's start out by actually working on the camera itself, right? Because this is where it's used. I've already got a flow machine on here, but we can just add another. And go to where all the flow machines live. Make a new one. Now the question is, I think it might be a good idea to just make a generic camera, like a post-processing settings flow machine, and then a script associated so that I can set all the different things at once in runtime. And then hook it up maybe with like a main menu options UI, so that way you can also change it in-game through like sliders and stuff eventually. Yeah, that's probably gonna be the way. So what do we call that? Camera post processing settings. Let's just call it that. Camera post processing settings. Then we need a script to follow along. Camera post processing settings. And I forget that my naming convention for the flow machines has a space between every word. Now Unity of course wants to compile that script I just made. Sure. Processing settings. Cool. Let's put that. Wait. God damn it. Well, seems like the bolt code I just made is kind of gone. Oh well. So what was it again? Depth of field, right? Oh, actually, if we're gonna be doing all the post-processing stuff, I wonder, is there a Unity.post-processing assembly or something? No. What else do we have in here then? Because if they don't exist in here, that's going to be a bit annoying. Unity Engine Animation Module. I wonder if I can look that up. At least at a glance, I'm not seeing anything that sounds like it would contain the depth of field. And the reason why this one is actually not something we need. This would be really annoying if I have to do it this way, because then I have to add all the post-processing components one by one. if I want to do this as a universal solution, right? So for the main camera, for instance, in that settings, if we go there again, so if I wanted to change anti-aliasing, depth of field, bloom for the same thing, I would probably have to do anti-aliasing that has a model type and probably also a settings type. Yep. Well, I guess we might as well add them while we're at it. I suppose we can add the one for bloom as well while we're at it. And normally you just add like an assembly and then it adds all the associated components types, I mean, to that assembly. Let me just try and see if I can find a Unity post processing profile assembly. I don't know what you would, how you would figure this out normally. Because if you don't tell Bolt to include those unit options, you just can't affect these types whatsoever. And if they're not in Unity's defaults, then they don't get added in automatically. So the question is, where do these come from? Because I've got all kinds of assemblies in here. To see if there's something here that sounds related at least. Unity.ui. Unity engine. Particle system, not really. Physics, profiler. No, doesn't sound like any of these. VFX module. It's the only thing that sounds like it could be related. I mean, visual effects can be both screen space effects, but also like in-game effects, so. Fixed module, let's just try something here. Post-processing. Use post-processing effects with the built-in render pipeline. Download the post-processing version package. Yada yada. I guess I can just try. can add that assembly and see if it does add all of the things VFX module. Assuming that it's not already added, which it might not be. We can just keep these unit options here. I have tried something similar before, where I first find out the actual types that I needed for something to work, and then I found out later which assembly they belong to, so I could remove them from the type options in here and just get all the types available within the unit options menu, and that way I could use them with Bolt. But sometimes, like, figuring out where they're located is not as straightforward as you might think. At least I haven't found a good way to figure it out, at least. There might be like some weird documentation somewhere you can just look at and then say like, oh yeah, it belongs to that assembly. Or maybe there's some way that you can find it out just by looking through Visual Studio, maybe? Maybe that's something I could ask Loki on if he pops in at some point. Okay, so let's just for funsies see here if we've got something called motion blur. Well, we do have the motion blur and post-processing profile, but we don't have the actual settings to it. So the VFX did not do anything. So you would have to like add the bloom model and then the bloom settings. Color grading model, color grading settings, and then for every single one of these, dithering, vignette, grain, chromatic aberration, and so forth. Ambient occlusion, fog. Just everything. Yikes. So far, I only need to touch on depth of field though, because it's the only thing that doesn't work well with like a globally just on-off setting for now. Main camera, and then we need to make sure we're in the right flow graph, which we can't. And this. Whoa. We also need the post-processing settings. Move that up. Oh. Damn, okay. I forgot this is a freaking prefab, isn't it? Override, apply all. Because you cannot move scripts if you're not in prefab mode on a prefab. It just won't let you. Cool. All right. And what happens if I move these flow machines around? Will that work? Yes. Okay, so now when I click on the main camera, it defaults to the top flow machine. Okay, that makes it a bit more convenient to work with. Okay, so far so good. And it was depth of field, settings, Okay, so let's start by, I guess, taking all the settings for depth of field and then getting them out here. Focus distance. Kernel size. Use camera FOV. Don't know which ones we need at the moment, but that doesn't matter. And then that should be all. Then we also need depth of field model, right? That's what it was called. And we need to do a settings set. And for all of these, we need to make them chainable. Just open up this. So what's the order of this? So it's, for my own sanity's sake, focus, distance, and we got aperture. Then we got use camera FOV, focal length, and then finally we got the kernel size. Excellent. Let's just chain all of these together. And then finally, towards the end, this is going to be used for setting the settings. Move that up just so that you can tell those apart. And then right now I can just feed the values in here by typing them in, which is basically like hard coding them. But we can hook this up by like a, you know, a getter and then get those from some kind of field in like UI field somewhere else. And then set up references to all of that, and then we should be Gucci. But we still need depth of field model settings. Depth of field model. No. Wait, hold on. Maybe it was. Depth of field settings. Get set. Yeah, so we want the depth of field settings that belong to the model that we're currently wanting to change. Alrighty, and that's going to be like a reference. So far so good. Also, we might eventually not want to do it like this kind of chaining here, but let's just do this for now. Because right now I just want to test it to see how it works. I have a feeling that doing an update is not going to be a good idea in the long run. But it might be good enough for testing. Let's see. And then we need the camera somewhere. Here you are. We need to get some variables available to us, of which there will be many. Okay, so depth, and spell depth of doesn't exist. Okay. Interesting. Is it because it's post processing? No. That's a bit annoying. Main camera post-processing profile, so, well, since I can't access that, well, how do I figure out where and how I access these settings? Unity Engine rendering. I wonder. There's a text rendering module, but that's... You never know. So... Depth state. It's not exactly what I was expecting. He's doing a camera shake, okay. Hmm. Bloom intensity value, let's see here. That's just a float. I expected that. Change bloom intensity settings. Post-process volume. Volume.profile.try get settings. Volume, okay. The fuck is a volume type? Universal Render Pipeline uses a volume framework. Each volume can either be global or have local boundaries. They each contain scene setting property values that URP interpolates between depending on the position of the camera in order to calculate a final value. For example, you can use local volumes to change environment settings such as fog, color, and density to alter the mood of different areas of your scene. And add a volume component to any game object, including a camera, although it is good practice to create a dedicated game object for each volume. Volume component itself contains no actual data itself, instead references a volume profile which contains the value to interpolate between. The volume profile contains default values for every property and hides them by default. To view or alter these, must add volume overrides, which are structures containing overrides for the default values to the volume profile. Okay. Volumes also contain properties that control how they interact with other volumes. A scene can contain many volumes. Okay. I like to spell out the word volume there. Global volumes affect the camera wherever the camera is in the scene, and local volumes affect the camera if they encapsulate the camera within the bounds of their collider. Sorry, that page seems to be missing. Nice. I love broken references. Huh. Do I have a volume is the question then. No, I cannot even define a volume. Okay. Maybe I'm thinking about this wrong. No. I need to have a reference to the component, right? The depth of field model. Without that, I can't reference it, I don't think. Unless I have to just make a new one every time and then set it and then apply it. Post-processing profile. But I cannot do that, right? Post-processing... Camera post-processing settings, but that's... That's just this class that I just made, so... Let's continue reading, I guess. Oh, there's this using Unity engine that post-processing. Does that allow me to do a post-processing model? There it is. Cool. But Unity.post-processing. I mean, if it exists in there, why can I not find it in the unit options wizard? Unity engine.post-processing, right? That's what you'd expect to be in here. Engine.post-processing, it just doesn't exist. Gonna be a shot in the dark. Well, let's see if there's anything. Any way to control the post-processing for Bolt? Oh, what? Okay. And this page doesn't fucking exist anymore, so yeah, finding any information on how Bolt works these days is not really like a thing. Okie dokie. Doesn't really matter. I guess I can make do with this. So does it also mean I have depth of field now? Yes, I do. I've got depth of field model and everything. No, I've got the depth of field model, not the texture settings. Okay. But I don't need to. I can get that through the depth of field model. Okay. Well, so I guess we want a depth of field model here. Call it depth of field model because I'll only have one because I only have one camera. Small d. Probably don't need the engine, the rendering thing either. Okay, so Now I can put in a reference to the depth of field model, and then I can change it through bold at least. Hopefully. So we get the model that we have. But I guess we also need to have a reference to the post-processing profile, probably. Yes, we can do that. Main camera. PPP. Post-processing profile. I'll just write it all out. I assume so, because we have to tell which profile we want to change it for. Otherwise, it's like not sure it actually does anything. And we will need one for bloom and anti-aliasing. And then bloom. Bloom. Oh yeah, bloom model. Name for there. Okay. Anything else I need at the top of my head? Eventually, yes, but for now, this should be fine. I also need to get better to use these headers. And then I want to add one down here. Processing setting. Not that I'm going to use those now, but the idea is to add the references to the individual models that I want to change, and then have a reference to a UI object or something somewhere, or UI objects like sliders and what else I would need to set these settings, and then pull the variables off of their settings so that whenever they are changed, they apply those settings. I don't know if that's possible to do that way. What events can you do? Because you can do GUI. And what can you do? You can do on button press, of course, so on button click, which would be used for a toggle, maybe, or on toggle. On slider value changed as well as a thing. So if I have a slider for the depth of field distance, maybe, if that's something I need, that focus distance or whatever it is. Right, and then I just need the reference to those sliders in here. So, oh, if this is changed, oh, it even brings the value, so I can even just like plug it directly in. That's nice. But yeah, I don't know what all these settings, or recall what all these settings do, so we would just have to take it from there. But yeah, then I could just like say, oh, on toggle, actually. GUI on toggle value changed, right? And this even also gives me the bool as an output. This might actually be much easier to do than I expected. So yeah, then you would just need a reference to all the UI objects that will be stored somewhere in the UI canvas that then get shown and not shown depending on whether or not you go into the options menu. And okay. they would be applied immediately. Okay, so let's update the unit options so that we actually get access to our references, the field model. I have a feeling I'm not going to get into building the whole sound ambient system today, because this might take a while. You know, it all has to be done eventually. Doesn't hurt taking a break from making sound stuff as well. Okay, so go into the main camera. Here we have the an interesting. All right. So it actively gives me all the settings in here. Oh. Interesting. And then in here I can choose the profile. Ah, okay, okay. I think I have some considerations on a few things I want to do a little bit different already. So if we have the post-processing profile there, what if we say modified main camera post-processing profile? And then we call the other one the default. Because then I can have one that contains all the default settings for all the various screen post-processing effects. And just say like, oh, copy the settings from this, which is going to be the default, into the modified one on start, and then whenever the settings change. Wait, that wouldn't be a good idea. I just realized that means if you change the settings and you restart the game, then it resets all the settings then. Unless we generate, like save the post-processing profile as a modified, and then it checks, does the modified one exist? Maybe that could work. So it's like a bool. I would need... No, I could just do a null check. Because if this starts out null, that means I need to save the variable somewhere. I need to do like a save and load function. How does that work again? Because I'm using a framework for saving and loading. Ah, damn. Because that's all like string based, if I remember. Look up the name of a file in a folder and stuff. And then you can do a null check on that and then see if there is a saved thing whenever you do a start. And then if not, then you generate one basically. So ended up becoming already a bit more complicated than I thought it would be. Oh my goodness. Safe game data path, which is stored on the idle clicker variables. Yeah. Okay, this... Oh fuck, yeah, that's true. So I'm already doing a selected profile name here. I guess right now that is just like an empty string, so it concats the data path with the default save game folder, which I want to generate at the data path for the game. And then the idea is to add a selected profile name in the end. If once that's implemented, and that's what's going to allow you to have multiple save files, but that is not implemented yet. So right now it's just going to be like in the saved game folder. Okay, but the problem is the selected profile name is on the idle clicker variables. But I can't just use a save game data path because that only gets set when you click on things and actually save the game. And it wouldn't be good if you had to save the game in order for your settings to save, you know what I mean? That's kind of where I'm at. But what I could do is I could get I could store them in a separate folder, I guess, the default settings. So we steal this part of the code and then go back to the main camera. And how does this work again? I don't need this one particularly. String concat. I only need how many arguments? Data path and save game. So I only need to concat 2 strings. So this one, right? Oh, that's true. There's 2 versions of this. I don't remember why, but you have to make sure to use the right version of it. So the one that says string and not arg. Because you can use strings on the one that just says argument, like requires arguments, but there are some things there that I remember make it work a little bit differently, and I've had issues when it breaks things. So settings flash. Actually, let's just call it folder called settings and put it in there. That gives us a data path for that. But that means we need a string reference to that location. We need a string. And then it is, what do we call this? Settings. Save data path. And right now we'll just be setting this in here, but maybe at some point I'll make a combined manager that takes care of all the settings, but for now let's just put the functionality on the actual camera itself and then I can just move it around later. Because maybe that's what's going to be the end of all this, like just a script that handles all game settings. But it's kind of in that stage right now. I'm not sure exactly on how I want to build it all and hook it all together. So we'll just have to see. Hope I've remembered everything. Wait a minute. Something tells me that I did not do everything because the script... there must have been some compile errors in there. What's up exactly? Camera post-processing settings is saved. But then why? Invalid token, so there's something somewhere that I removed that I shouldn't have. God damn it. Hmm. I'm not seeing any errors in here though. Is it because I have a header down here that doesn't lead to anything? Oh, that's where the error is. Invalid token class record structure interface member declaration. Might just be because the header's down here? Seems like it. Huh. Okay. Well, I was wondering if that would actually cause any problems. I guess that kind of answers that question. Huh. I was thinking it was a little bit weird that it was compiling the script so fast. There we go, that looks more correct. Well, that also means I have to build the unit options again. Or at least update them. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay, so main camera post-processing profile. And what's this script called again? Camera post processing settings. Data. Path. Save data path. And we need to set this one. I guess I could technically just set it in the inspector. Or even the C# script instead of doing it like this. But this actually at least makes it sure that even if I were to change this, it's always hard-coded to be the same. I mean, it all is only run once on enable, so it's fine. It's not the end of the world. Okay, so we got the save data path. What is next? So default main camera settings, modified main camera. Thingy. Post processing profile is what it is. Can we do a literal? It does need a reference, does it? Ah. Also, this is not exactly post-processing profile. So we go in here and we say, what were we doing? We were doing depth of field. Yeah, so if we do a set on this one, right? Instead of update, I should probably do something else. If I do event input on keyboard input, and just do it this with the space bar for now, because obviously this won't change every you know, update. But I still need to get the settings from somewhere. So that would be the camera post processing depth of field model, right? This thing. This is a reference to the actual depth of field model that we're changing, which is on this. And that's all like just one type that contains all those settings, which is kind of interesting. So does that mean... Yeah, it's over here. So it's not until here we basically need to set this. Target cannot be null. Yeah, which currently it is because it's not assigned in here. Except it should not be this thing. Camera post processing, then modified. Yet, so this is the one that we want to set in there. Interesting that it says it's not null though, but I guess it's because it doesn't know if it is or not. Post camera post processing modified set. Also need to add the settings here. Camera post processing, and then it is the field model. Right? Yes. That's the thing that we've defined there. Yeah, so we get the current model setting for depth of field. And then for those settings, we go through and then we change currently all of them, which eventually I don't want to do. And then we feed those settings into a depth of field model setting set, which then takes that model that we, you know, used as a reference and then changes those settings so that it is getting sent through here. So if we change any of these settings, then that's what it's going to be applied to currently. They're just being like set to 0 and null and stuff. So then feeding that up here, and then on the profile setting the depth of field. And that's where we have a reference to a modified main camera post-processing full profile, which currently doesn't exist in the project. So I guess now would be the time to see if this profile does not exist, then we need to generate one and then set that as the modified main camera blah 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 reference in here. Okay. I cannot remember how the whole save load thing works, so I need to look at my idle clicker, save load somewhere, see how that works. So what would be an easy way? Try scene content, see how bad this is. So this is a bit hard to find around in, but should be okay. Oh yeah, save is in the top of these. Where you at? There. So this is how we save things. No, this is how we load. God damn it. The further up, save loaded. There we go. So how does this work? So we have the same save game data path, and we concat that. So it's like save game data path / the name of the file, and then the value is the value we want to save to that location. I see I'm using arguments here. I wonder if that is related to what I was talking about earlier. I might have to use args after all. Okay, let me just go back into the save and load where I pull that thing out of. Okay, so it is like one of those in here. Okay. Just not up here in the save game data path. Wonder why that is. Save game exists. Don't think we need any of that. We're not saving the game. No. So we have our own settings save data path here, and that's what we want to feed in instead of that. So get a camera post processing. Settings save data path. Swap you out with argument 1 or 0, I guess. What do we call this? Guess we can just call it what it is. Modified main camera. Long ass name. Post-processing profile. PPP. Triple P. Because of course these are actual files, so I don't want to make them super long, because then eventually Windows just says no. Gotta be careful in that at least. Could also call it post-processing profile save or settings or something like that. Call it main camera PPP. It's definitely short enough, so that's all I need for that. Set this up in a bit of a nicer way. So now I needed to do multiple things whenever we enable this. Initialize settings, save data path. Then that one is at least set in stone. What do we have in save game? Where is this located at? Just called a save. It's been a hot second since I've messed with this. Why are the unit options not here when I have one right there? The heck? Could it be that I need to re-edit for some reason? Don't see it in here. That would be kind of weird. Don't think I have to. Okay. How can I not find that unit option? In Buyout Games, Save Game Pro. What the hell? I'm a little bit stumped. Where do I get this thing from? Because if I type in save, which is just literally what this is called, nothing appears. It's just called save at least. Huh. But I know it's this that is so weird. Well, let's take a look. No, this is just Unity engine stuff. Huh. There wasn't anything under types, was there? No. So this Save game in here. Oh, I'm having like weird flashbacks to when I was messing with this and getting it to work as well. Oh, crap. What is it saying? Unity preferences window to access bolt editor. Revisions and project settings. Okie dokie. Doesn't seem like it's that one. Got bolt here. So those are just bolt specific things, is it? Yeah, this is like where you said the human naming of the things and all that stuff. It's not exactly what I'm looking for. Not sure why there's both a ludic and a bolt tab here. That's so bizarre. I'm having like the weirdest flashbacks that there was like some menu where you could change things for bolt. But that is like so many years ago that I cannot remember how that was. I'm wondering if I need to find that because I need to assign things in there. I don't know what this does. Might have made a grave mistake. I mean, I knew all this. It doesn't have the stuff that I need. So what if I go on here? Because I remember at some point I added unit options to this. Can't remember what it was for, but it was like a Microsoft default something something. That is so strange. How can this exist here but not be in the unit options thing? Because the only way I can access it right now is by copying things that already exist in the project, which obviously is unoptimal to say the least. There's nothing in here, it doesn't seem. Nope. This is all like editor related things. I wonder why this is though. My guess is that it's got something to do with at some point me re-downloading the project from version control, and then there are like some client-side settings on the project that didn't carry over maybe. Because I mean, I can go in here and say like, oh, save, right? No, it doesn't even appear when I type that in. It's like in badgames.savegamepro. That's so weird. Because there's also should be load thing. Yeah, load event. This is something I really need to resolve, because if I can't use that properly, that tool to save and load with, because there's all kinds of things like save game.exists and stuff like that, which right now I just cannot use. But the question for myself, I guess, is whether or not I just added those unit options directly. Because it's the same thing with like save game load, right? There's nothing under here. I don't know what happened. But I think just adding the save game unit option should be enough. I'm just a bit flabbergasted that it didn't exist in here to begin with. Yeah, it's under here, Save Game Pro. Savable. Don't know what that does. Load event, save event. Those are things I don't know how they work. Let's try and generate it for now, see what happens. My biggest fear is like me doing something in here and then like I just can't find the stuff, the unit options that I'm technically already using in other places. And the bolt documentation for this just doesn't exist. Part of what I heard, at least, was that Bolt basically got implemented directly into Unity, and then I don't know exactly what happened, but I've just been hearing that it's like been dropped support for it or something. I really don't know. I mean, this is really, really basic. Wow. This does not really answer the question. Well, let's at least see. Save game. Now we have the save game in here. That's what I wanted. Okay, so this should probably cover everything. So yeah, because it's got the load, it's got the save, it's got the exists and stuff. Okay. So my guess is that those unit options must have, the settings for it must have gotten corrupted at some point, reverted, or for some other reason, like just lost somewhere. Surprisingly to me though, the whole save and load system still works, because I guess at least that doesn't break, which I guess is a good thing. Because the worst thing that could happen is that these things, these units, they just break. And then it also doesn't tell you which thing it is that broke. So that would be absolutely devastating if suddenly these just like, oh, I don't exist, you know? Because that would be like all your code just suddenly not just not working, but also might not even be salvageable. That is something I really don't want to think about, because that would be terrible. I really like working with Bolt, but damn, sometimes. The next project I want to do, I do want to see how stable Bolt 2 is, because this is not Bolt 2. I don't even know if Bolt 2 was even finished or whatnot. It was kind of the thing they were going for back when I started using Bolt, before it was implemented directly into Unity, but I digress. Haven't really heard anything about it. So, after that detour, where are we? As I've lost track. So, game exists. So we can use the same thing here. And then let's do a branch. And then if this is false, then we need to create a save, basically. That is the idea, anyway. And what? Oh, right. We need to tell it what to save. And that would be the post-processing profile, but we need to generate one. Can we just say like new post-processing profile? I wonder. Hey Toto. Haha, that doesn't work on the chat on this screen. But I can see it over here. God damn it. Good to see you. Good to see you. I'm actually surprised that these actually show up in the restream chat. I have a tendency not to. What are you up to today? Can I not just make one of these? Do I seriously need a reference to this? There's like a default thing for this, if I remember. No. You have something very important. All right.
You're a fucking nerd. You're a fucking nerd. And no one likes you. No one likes you.
I should have seen that coming. Yes. Why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised? God damn it. Anything else you want to get off your chest while we're at it? The fuck is a post-processing behavior? Because what we have is a literal, but this needs a reference to a pre-existing Post-processing.
Listen.
Yes.
We got your favorite thing, disappointment.
Yes. Yes, you do. Indeed, you do. I actually needed that because holy fucking shit. I'm so disappointed today. At least in some of these things that I've experienced. I can't remember where the heck those default settings were. So we can make a new depth of field model, but that is not what I want. I swear I saw like a default setting somewhere. Why can I not work? Could it have been settings? Depth of field settings. Or I guess it's in the model. Dot reset. Expose settings. Nope. That's not what I need. Regardless, I guess it has to be something related to post-processing profile. But it seems like I cannot just generate one on the fly if one doesn't exist and then save that. Seems like it needs at least some kind of reference. Actually, wait. Main camera post-processing profile. If we take this as the value and save it down, that makes that basically makes a copy of the default settings, yeah? And if we say take those default settings in a load as the third step. Actually, we don't even need it to be a third step. So we're checking here if we have a saved settings file. If we don't, we take a default settings reference, save that to a save file called main camera ppp. However, if we have one, we can do a save game load. Right? Save game.load, okay. Yeah, I remember like finding these particular types was always a bit of a pain. It's not that one though. Type default value settings. Post processing profile. The type that we want to load, and the identifier is all of this down here, so it's the same string. So it's just the difference between are we loading or are we saving? Because they're kind of tied together in an odd way. So do we have a save file with these things down here? Oh, shit. No? Okay, then we make one. Yes, then we load the one that we've already made. Right. And now that we've got that thing out of the way, because we want to save all this settings to the modified main camera, so that's what we should set the modified camera settings for, and that's this one. So if we are yeah, so I can actually feed that back up there as well, so that if we have a save, we just load the one they have. If we don't, then we save it down and then immediately load it up as like a referenced file, which we then feed into here and then assign it to this game object. So that if we're just loading a pre-existing session, like a save or whatever, like if this has already been generated, just goes straight ahead and loads it from the same logic. So don't have to write it twice. Okay, that should work. And then we've got the main processing, modify main camera post-processing profile sets. Right, so that means that when we're running this code down here, after everything's been initialized, it's gonna be modifying this thing here. But we're not quite done yet, because we need to save again using these settings here. Can I be lazy is the big question though. Because after we set the settings for the profile, we need to make sure that those settings are also saved, so that when we load the game after having it closed down, the settings are retained. Right, I can't just use the same logic, unfortunately. I can reuse the identifier, but I need to use a different variable. So that would be the main modified this thing. This is what we want to save. Modify all the settings and then save them. Okay. Move all this around. This would be settings, data path. This would just be a simple, do we have saved settings? And this is generate / load settings. Which of course depends on the conditions. Won't put this in the box yet because this is a bit messy. I think this should work. It should technically just set all the values to 0, which, you know, obviously you wouldn't want that, but for the testing purposes at the moment, should be okay. Yeah, we immediately get a null reference exception, okay. Hmm. That's weird. Why does it throw a null reference exception? Is that because it's an on enable? Because it could very well be. Life cycle on start. Let's try doing it on start then. Because it might be that... But that doesn't make any sense. Main camera was processing. Yeah, because those settings, they exist in the project. So how does that not exist on enable, I wonder? Unable to read beyond the end of the stream. In the file. Well, let's take a look at the idle clicker where I've got loading and saving working, just to make sure I didn't miss out on something. So when we are loading, load save levels, da, da, da. So here we have the same game, save game data path. So it's in settings, right? And then at that data path, we have a file. We should have a file called main camera triple P. Oh, it says it's true though. Okay. See here, what folder was it in? Is it in the assets folder? I think it might be. Yes. Huh, okay. What's this file called? Settings. Is there a settings thing in here? There is not. Okay. That's interesting. Why is it saying that this data path exists? Or something exists on this data path. I wonder if it's because I have to create the folder structure actually. Get directories, get files. Hmm. Saying save game data path. Oh, wait a minute. Can I see somewhere where the data path is? Actually, kinda. So what does it say? So it is in assets. Okay, that's the problem. Or it's part of the problem. So it's not in here in save games. I've now got a settings folder. There we go, that's where it is. Okay, guess I should... Nah. I could just keep it in the settings folder, or maybe call it options settings or something. I think options settings might be a bit clearer. Option settings. So now when we start, we shouldn't have that folder and that file in there at least. So we do get a null reference, but it says false, of course. But why do we get a null reference? So in here, we should have the option settings. We've got the main camera triple P file in there. Hello there, Chochi. Welcome to. Hope you're having a good day. Are you saying this is null? How can it be null? What? What are you writing there? Why is this not working? Save, load, scene contents. Not really like much to this, so why is it not working? There is one other way I guess I could do this. Let's see if this works. Camera post processing. Default main camera. What if we use this instead? This is the same thing, it's just referenced through a script instead. Maybe it behaves differently? I don't know. No, it still says null reference exception. How is it a null reference exception? What the fuck? I mean, this is clearly not null, so why does it say it's null? Hmm. Could it be that I have to go through this directly? Normally, as far as I know, that's not something you have to do. The really weird part as well is that it does generate the file, so is that file just null as well, I guess? Because it doesn't continue the code afterwards. Perplexing. Nope, that didn't do the trick. Expected as much. Well, there's another thing I can try. Try and do a string concat. Just to see if this makes any difference. I mean, I don't... see why it should have any impact. You never fucking know. Nope. Invalid name. Oh, fuck. Did I set it up the same? No, I did not. Okay. Not sure why it says a completely different file path there either. Did kind of inverse the logic on these though. Not that I think that has anything to do with it. This time though, it didn't even generate the file though. Well, just as expected, it had no implications whatsoever. Crossing that off the list. Ah. Can't I just do a null check? Oh, maybe I can. So, this is gonna be a bit weird. But we will try and see here. So, if I do this, can I think I might be able to. So whilst this object is null, then it needs to do a wait while condition before moving into that save game thing here. So in theory right now, as long as that is null, it doesn't continue. Like the rest of the game still functions and continues on, but it won't jump into the actual save thing. That means if it never becomes something, I guess, like not null, then it'll be stuck there forever code-wise. And not generate... Oh shit, did I? Nope, I forgot. Because I have a feeling that's also what's corrupting the save. Because I'm looking for a specific type and it's like, oh, it's like an empty file or something. That is so weird. Hmm. Okay. What do I do then? Because it doesn't seem like I can do it this way. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, this is a bit of a problem because I was hoping I could just save this file, like the settings or whatever, like this thing down. Then whenever I need to load those pre-existing settings from a previous session, I just load up that file and apply it. But if I can't even save down a copy of the default settings that I've got assigned here, then I can't just load it that way. And if I can't do it that way, it might get very involved all of a sudden. What about the depth of field model? Can I save that, I wonder? It's not exactly what I would like because it's going to add a lot of extra work. Because then I'll have to do it for every single one of these. Would be nicer if I could just like do the whole profile and just save the whole thing. Thing that I find weird is that it's due to a Unity engine the texture.get width. Like what texture? But it's possible that I need to save all these settings individually. Let's try. So what would that be again? It would be camera post processing, take depth of field model, get you, and then we also need to say that in here, depth of field model, because it's a different type. We'll just call it main camera triple P for now. Actually, let's call it DOF setting. Okay, let's see if this works. And we need to make sure that we actually enter you now because we changed that null check. Is there anything else? Did delete the file, so that's not a thing either. And this here needs to be disconnected. This is a completely different variable type. Let's see if this works to begin with. Really hope that it does. Okay, so far so good. I mean, it saved the file without throwing a null reference exception at least. End of stream exception, unable to read beyond the end of the stream. System IO, end of line. Hmm. Hmm. Thanks, Nick. I've used that for way too many years and I've just never changed it. Goes all the way back to high school. Hmm. Okay, back to the idle clicker, I guess. So what, the game's still awesome? Oh yeah. Why I've never changed it. Also the colors are pretty pretty fitting for a background. Okay, let me take a look at this again. Maybe I'm not loading the variables correctly. Saved level named list. There's nothing special about this. So this is using the args version of this as well as this one, so that's not it either. God fucking damn it. Why is this proving to be such a headache? I mean, I've got the save down and it's working now, but why is the load not working? There's nothing special about it, is there? Doesn't have to enter the string concat. I mean, there's only one thing I can think of at the top of my head that's different between the save and load. Where do we have the camera there? Why would that be a problem? Don't know if this has anything to do with anything, but we'll try. I should probably also make sure, yeah, this does say slash. It's DOF settings. Hmm. Yeah, it doesn't have any impact on it. It's still throwing the end of stream exception. I wonder if it's because it doesn't know how to handle this. Because throughout the rest of the project, whenever I need to save and load things, it's like literally just singular variables at a time. So we're talking floats and that kind of stuff. But this is not just a simple type. And maybe that's why it's failing. Because if it were just a string, then I could take that string and then assign it into the settings and then plug them all in to the referenced object, and then we would be good to go. The problem with that is that then I need to save a ton of like all these variables just for this one setting would have to be saved individually. Now I can do that and it should work, but it's gonna take up a lot of space in code just to do that. I was kind of hoping I could get around that this time, but it doesn't seem likely. We're looking at something to the tune of like what I already have here. I need to do like one of these, each and every one. The good thing is that I don't need to actually have the variables referenced in the script, I don't think. No, I don't. And yeah, I don't need to have them referenced in the script at the moment. I'm just thinking a little bit ahead of time, trying to think if I actually need them or don't need them referenced. Because if at some point I want to change variables through like a UI element and an options menu, right? Question is, at that point, do I need the reference? Because if I need one, I might as well just make them right away. But if I don't, there's no reason to. So you have these on events. Let me just think this through. Yeah, so what do we actually get? Depth of field model. That's this setting tab here over in the inspector right now. It's like this whole thing is just one type, one variable really. We get that one, and we get its settings. Then for that setting, we go through and we can set every single variable. So whether that being the aperture slider, the focal length slider, you name it, we can set it here. And right now, I can trigger it by just pressing spacebar, and then depending on what I insert into these fields here, then it's gonna update every single value of the settings to that and hopefully adjust it over here. Which actually, I haven't tested that. I should probably do that. But then if I do an on-slider value changed in an options menu where we have the equivalent of this app, like I don't think all of these variables are going to be represented necessarily. Well, I could give people complete control over the DOF settings, I guess. And then if that value changes, I can tell it to just update according to what that slider is set to. And in reverse then, to save those settings Like the next step would then also be to save that variable down in a file when you change that setting then, right? So you change the slider, which adjusts the actual DOF in game, and then saves that down into a setting saved thing. That could work. And then on start, you would just go through all of these once as like a separate thing. I could put that in the super unit, I guess. And assign the variables that are stored. And in there, I guess I could do a save game exists to check for every single one if it exists. And then if it doesn't exist, skip it maybe? No. No, it would have to be different. I would have to see if a setting does exist, then yeah. So if this setting exists, I skip the assignment so that we don't revert back to some default settings. And then if it doesn't, then we apply a default setting that I assign somewhere. That could work. And then save down the file. Oh man, this is gonna take up, oh shit, this is gonna be massive. But I think it works. Okay, let's see if the thing works. Missing target object. Oh shit. Of course, Dragon, it doesn't work when something is null. In this case, it is actually null. But that's okay. How do you duplicate things in this? It's been a while. Because I know for other programs it's like Control D, but in some programs Control D means delete. And if you delete something in Unity, it's gone forever. And I don't want to lose these settings by accident. So let's just do it the safe way. Hope I can do it that way. Should be able to. I don't see why not. Yeah. Okay. So what do we call it? Default? Main camera post-processing profile? No, it's not default, it's modified. The other one is technically the default. Might as well rename it while we're at it. Just for good measure's sake. So far, so good. Okay, so now at least it shouldn't be null. Let's see. Well, definitely set the settings to 0. The real question though is, do those settings actually matter? Right. Now they don't, though. And that is because it's using the default, not the modifier. Let's try and changing this. Oh yeah, actually. I wouldn't be able to see it this way. Huh. Well, definitely changes the setting. Oh my god. Yeah, okay, okay, it works. Definitely works setting it like that. Don't know why it was disabled, the DOF. Is it disabled in the other one? No. That was a weird one. Oh, it's not set to enabled in here. Is that a setting as well? Depth of field model. That's not the one. It would be the settings thing, right? As model stud settings. Is there an enabled thing in here? Huh, it's not. Okay. This is where the default settings were at too. Okay. Well, I guess it's also what if we do camera post processing and then say depth of field? Do we have it enabled in there? No, I can just do a get and a set. I can't do like I can't access the enabled part of this apparently. The field model. Aha. There is an enable, it was just grayed out. Okay. Wait, is that the... It is. So this should make it so that the thing gets enabled through a script at least. Which I need to be able to do because if you have a game setting and you want to just completely disable DOF or Bloom or whatnot, I need to be able to disable and enable it through there too. And then I can do like a on toggle button and then just like change the setting accordingly and do all that jazz there. Oh, hold on. I forgot. Has to be running the post-processing behavior on the modified version. Good news though is that all these settings that are assigned in here in the inspector, they don't get reset. Or they're like, they get reset whenever I go out of play mode. I guess that's not the same for the modified main camera processing profile though. No. Okay. Yeah, so it's definitely working. Ah. So the thing that's kind of striking me about this is that it's very similar to working with materials. So when you're doing material changes at runtime, usually instantiate like a copy of the default material that you're referencing from your project, and then you're modifying the settings of that copy that you also assign to whatever object you're talking about. Because otherwise you're adjusting the material settings at its core, which means that every object in the game would be adhering to those material changes. So I'm just wondering if it's like the missing link here, or if that's even possible to begin with using these post-processing profile. Because you have the post-processing profile and you can do a literal one. But there's no, it's not like materials, is there? Create instance. A scriptable object. Instantiate original. Clones the object original and returns the clone. That might work. But I wonder how that works in this context. Because it's not a game object that we're instantiating, then it's like, something a bit different. Trying to remember how that works with the materials that I just mentioned. I might be able to take a look at the tutorial level and find something there. Oh god, okay. Yeah, so everything's just gonna be super blurry because the camera is using that modified one and it's like being changed in runtime. I guess that means that if you change the settings, I don't even need to save the variables down because it actively changes those settings at runtime. And it persists as long as you don't reinstall the game, I suppose, is how it would work, right? Question is if it's actually able to do all those things in a build or not. Maybe, maybe not, I don't know. What I did want to look at though are these fishies here. Because they should have a script on them, right? Rotating fish. Let's see here. They work in a little bit of a funky way. They're heavily shader dependent. Yeah, so with materials you can do a material new and then assign it. Yeah, so that's a little bit different than it's like got specific things to make that work. The reason why I'm doing that is because the fish are using a shader similar to how the water moves. So to make these fish ponds move as along the waves, if you will, they need to copy some settings from the shader used on the water. So the way they do that is when they're initialized, they do a raycast down to get the, because they were placed over water always, and then it uses like some layers and stuff so that it only looks for the nearest water, and then, you know, it doesn't continue beyond that. Then it takes the material of that water surface and then particular settings that are from the shader of that. And then it copies those settings onto its own shader, and then that's how, like, or material rather, that it makes a copy of the original, and that's how, like, every single fish in the game adjusts dynamically to whichever body of water it's located on top of. I don't remember, I think there is like a failsafe in case the fish aren't on top of something that has materials with the appropriate settings and such, but it works. It works. And it looks pretty cool too, in my opinion. So very happy with that implementation. Anyways, then the question becomes, how do I want to do the whole DOF settings? Because from a development standpoint, I want to be able to set some kind of default settings for when you enable depth of field in your options menu, right? So that when you start up the game from the first time, you don't really need to configure a lot of stuff unless you really want to. So just enabling and disabling it. But right now, if I change anything through script on those settings, it, you know, it still, those settings are still active after I press play. Yeah, I think there's no way around it right now. I basically just have to implement the whole thing before this actually works as intended. Now, I did make a backup of the settings, so if I ever need to take a break from this, I can just assign the default settings which don't get modified. Right. So I do have that backup. But yeah, oh man, this is gonna take a while. Where do you even start with something like this? Don't need that, or this. I mean, I do need a load. It's gonna be annoying. I just can't put it in other words. I also need to figure out a naming convention for these files I need to save. So like DOF focus distance, DOF aperture, DOF use camera FOV. And then doing the same for like bloom intensity, bloom this and bloom that. And again for all the other things that I want to use and enable as post-processing things. Things like motion blur, which I personally hate. Chromatic aberration as well, which I don't understand why that's a thing in video games. But I digress. So, starting the game. The very first time. We need to check if we have all these settings. Let's just call that settings data path, because then I don't need to change the headline of those. It's pretty self-explanatory at least. All we need to modify is the string for every single thing, which is going to be a lot of strings, but oh well. So let's call this DOF enabled. Start somewhere. Do we have a DOF enabled? And if false, we need to initialize. No, actually, we don't even need to do anything, do we? It's more if it's true, then we need to load it and assign it. That is a depth of field model variable, is it? But the actual value itself is a bool, so we need to assign a bool in here. The identifier is going to be this string. So do we have saved settings? True. Then we load saved settings. Then we need to assign that to something. Because it just loads it into the game, but if you don't set something, then it doesn't do anything. So we can use this depth of field model enabled thing here. And then do you. And then I think it only does the get once in this case. So it gets that depth of field model so that we can assign the variable that we want to change. The question is, because otherwise I'll have to do a lot of gets, and I don't know how expensive that is. Probably not a big deal because you only do it once every time you start the game. So maybe I'm just overthinking it. But then we've loaded the variable, the bool, and we've set it into the depth of field model, which is a reference in here, which is basically this setting here. So if we have a saved setting for the depth of field, we load that and then we apply it. So if it's enabled, you know, it stays enabled. And then all the saving is handled elsewhere. And I guess otherwise, if we don't have a save, we can load defaults here. So if it's false, we do like a save. I need to make sure that this is done as well, actually. Doesn't have to be a coroutine. And in theory, should be on enabled, I suppose. Let's do a sequence, just so that it's organized a little bit nicely. Because then generate that save data path first, so that is done, and then move on to actually loading things that need to be loaded. And I think I deleted the whole save thing that I had from earlier. Save, game, save. Can I find it like this? Yes. So if we do U and we do depth of field enabled, can I do a get? I can do a get. So if it's false, then we save the default values that are in the inspector here. So that basically acts as a failsafe for me, which means that whatever settings are in here actually override the wait, that doesn't make any sense. No, it does, yeah. So whatever settings I have in here get saved down into a file if a file does not exist. If a file does exist, these values get changed according to the file that was saved in a previous session. Meaning that because these settings are only like revert back to their defaults in the inspector when you're out of play mode, I should be able to set these settings to a default that I want to maintain, so I don't need like a default main camera blah 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 profile basically, like reference anyway. But yeah, I can set the default settings for the camera post-processing effects in here, and then if a save file doesn't exist, it loads those, which also means that if I ever want my save file of the settings to revert back to the defaults that I've been tinkering with in the inspector, I can just delete the save files and everything should revert to normal. Also means that if I only want to change it for anti-aliasing, I just need to delete all the anti-aliasing save files. That's kind of cool. I can work with that. And then I can keep the default post-processing profile as a backup for testing and whatnot. But once all this is basically up and running, I should be able to just modify the settings in here, and then as soon as I press play, they change the modified thing, and then when I stop pressing play, those settings are still, you know, active, so that I don't have this blurry mess every time. That's kind of cool. That is kind of cool. Now I just need to figure out how I want to set up this so that it looks at least somewhat clean. Because it's basically like a path that gets broken into two, right? And then what we want to do after this thing here is to move on to the next thing that then either has to get loaded or saved. So we've done one. So if I copy paste all that logic, just thinking for a second. Yeah, I unfortunately think I have to do it this way. Be nice if I could just like have a list of strings and then iterate over them. and then checking all the data paths for all the files and see if they exist. But I won't be able to do that, I don't think, because I need to do specific getters and like function calls or whatever to basically apply those settings to the right places. So I can't just make like one generic solution, since there's a lot of small specialized variables that do everything. But what I should be able to do is just daisy chain these things, so that if you've loaded, then you move on to the next branch, and if you've saved, you move on to the next branch. Because you can only go either way, right? Either a save exists or it doesn't, so that should be fine. And then you just do the next setting, really. So what's the next one? Focus distance. So we just write in focus distance in here. And then we have to do a lot of switching out, unfortunately. Was that under depth of field? Model settings, okay. And then it's focus distance, and we need to have a get, right? And a set. So this is a float. Let's tell this that it's a float. If field focus distance get and we do need this thing as well, I believe, because I need to get the depth of field model that we have, which is the inspector settings, but add this extra step because this time we're accessing the settings of that model. And I have to do the same up here. That's why I was saying like this is going to be massive, right? Take up a lot of space. Well, I mean, this is set to be chainable. It doesn't really have to be. Let's just clean that up while I notice it. So we should just be able to set that there. Plug it all in like so. And then the same thing down here, just swap these two out. It's a lot of things that are being thrown around, so I need to definitely make sure not to make any mistakes here. But yeah, so now we have it for both the focus distance and whether or not it's enabled. That's 2, only like 1, 2, 3, 4 more to go. And then that's all the things done for depth of field. Then we have to do it for all the settings. Oh man, this is yeah, it's a thing. And what is the next one? We might as well use the same order down here. So it's the aperture. I've already set them up down there. All I need to do is find the get for that. So a field aperture. Can I just type that? Yes. Yeah, so it's literally the same thing, but I have to swap out these two elements every time and make sure that the save game is actually, like, node is actually saving the correct type or set to the correct type. Next up, we got use camera FOV. Now I'm just gonna do all of these because I'm not sure on which ones are gonna be in the game options. But I mean, if I add these, then and I have a setting for it in the main menu, a player can just set them as they want. And that's the thing, if I don't do that in the settings menu, like add a settings menu slider or a button for it, then you also will not be able to change it away from the defaults. So I just have to set up the defaults correctly, and then the rest, like I can just leave this code here, it'll just save that default and just load the default every time. Which is, you know, means that the computer is technically doing an additional step of processing that you could save and do without. But since it's only doing it once every time you start the game, I think it's okay. Should also remember to change the names of these. It's just called the aperture. And this is called the let's just say use FOV. These are just like my own custom names for these. Next up we got focal length. And it's been a while since I've messed around with DOF settings, so pretty rusty in that. But it's basically just like as you would expect from a regular camera. And what are you? You're also a float. So let's give you a float then. Aperture science. Depth. Yep. Focal length. And then we just have the kernel size. And if I ever need to move all this logic somewhere else, it's not too big of a deal. I can just copy and paste it, and then it should just work. Kernel get. Alright. But it's like, you know, when you notice that all these are similar, visually speaking. You just need to figure out how one of these works to know how all of them works, right? So if you ever forget how things function with Bolt in situations like this, it's not as overwhelming as it seems, right? You don't need to look into every single one of them necessarily. Now, next up, let's see here. It's the default I want to open. So focus distance 2, aperture 10. Let's do that first. Focus 2, aperture 10. I want to change these settings in the inspector to the default values I have here at least. Focal length is 50 and then it's medium. Okay, so all the other settings are Gucci. And I'll have it set to enabled by default, so that becomes the default setting then. Let's also do anti-aliasing, I guess. Might as well get all the settings across right away, because that means that once I start doing the code for it, then it should work. Method, fast approximate anti-aliasing, and then preset is extreme quality. Okay. But that looked way different in here. Oh. I might have forgotten something. Yeah, they are all depth of field models. I'm such a dumbass. Okay. Obviously, this is not a depth of field model. This is an anti-aliasing model. I was like, why is this looked so similar? And the other one is a bloom model. Whoops. Just copied all the things, all the variables across and changed the names, but not the actual variable type. Might as well update the unit options while we're at it. Coolio. That's a bit different. So FAA, fast approximate anti-aliasing, or TAA, temporal anti-aliasing. I have no idea what the difference is without looking it up. But I'm gonna assume that we just use the thing that's said in here. So fast approximate. FAA. Fast approximate AA. So that's all it needs to be, really. And enabled, of course. And then the bloom. Got like lens dirt, okay. And the bloom settings. I don't know if I've actually... Let's see what we have. Intensity, threshold, gamma. Okay. 0.1, 0.7. 0.1, 0.7. Soft knee and radius 0.5 and 4. Or I mean 0.5 and 2 is what it should be set to. No anti-flicker, dirt, texture none, intensity free. Might as well set all those things accordingly if they're changed, and they were not. Cool, okay, so that should be the bloom settings as well. Obviously the bloom model and the anti-aliasing model won't make any difference right now, but you know. And we can also apply this to the prefab. So even if I fuck up this at some point, I can actually just reference the prefab, I suppose. Alright, well, let's see if it works. Because as soon as I start the game, it should go through this whole on enable thing. And let's also delete those. And create the files for the settings. And apply them as well. Yes. Which should affect the main camera's post-processing, whatever. Unless I'm forgetting a step, but we'll see. Well, I did forget something. I forgot to unload a level, but let me just unload that level. I think I might also have forgotten a step. Yeah, the step the field set thing here. Hmm. Hmm. That's not good. Exception has been thrown by the target of an invocation. Okay. Hmm. Might be because I can't do it this way because it's like a weird variable. We'll take that in a moment though. Because the very final step is to actually apply all those settings. But we do have all the files generated in here. Oh, right. This needs something. I forgot. It was daisy chain down here. I do need to do the get thing here. Wait, is that the right get? It's the settings I need. That over here. And it is the settings of the depth of field model, so it's kind of like a... Oh, I need both. I need one to get the other thing that I also need. But the question is, I don't think it even gets to that point because it gets stuck here. It's actually weird because how did this load thing even trigger if there were no save files? Oh. Let's try and delete all the saves. For now. Otherwise, I can just skip that part of this for now and then just get back to it to see, after I see if this is actually working. It's also very likely that the kernel size is not something you want to modify anyway, but I don't know. Oh, I didn't. I somehow missed the play button. Okay. That is peculiar. Must specify valid information for parsing in the string. Okay. Oh shit. I mean, I can definitely see something here that's wrong. So it's, I forgot to rename this to kernel. That would definitely make it not work, because it's, now that explains why. So it was loading or trying to load something, but then it's like loading it, but then it's the wrong type, because this file that it loads is a float. Okay, I get it. Promising, no errors. I should really just fucking get rid of those waterfalls, huh? Oh, and the DOF is just as we want it to be. That's nice. I mean, at least it's back to being the defaults that I had before. All of these settings in here. And then those modified. The modified thing here. Coolio. Well, the next step is to try and load it, which is just restarting the game. Don't see why that wouldn't work, but you know, we need to make sure that the loading part also works. Because if this works, then I could just start moving onwards to making some of the logic for the UI buttons, and maybe even dive into some of the UI. Which is also a while since I've done UI, so we'll see. No errors. Cool. Oh, I expect it to be working because I can see it over here already. Just make sure, yeah, okay, we do have the DOF. It's a bit hard to see when it's screen resolution dependent like that. But something I need to just double check real quick is, what if we say new game here? Okay. Because I am a bit unsure as to when the camera control is enabled. And I want to make sure it doesn't happen twice. The looks of things, it definitely runs it there before I even load the main menu, basically. Okay. Okay, it doesn't get run twice by the looks of it. Okie dokies. Oh, now I remember why I wanted, why I had this level loaded too. Let's go in and change these bloody prefabs. I think I might only have to change one at the moment. Yes. Okay. That should at least make it so that they are not ear deafening anymore. That's something. I guess I might as well delete these two. Nah, I'll leave them for now. They're just disabled, it's fine. Unload that scene. Okay. So got all of that up there. And the logic down here is all I need in order to set the variables, if I hook it up right at least. However, it doesn't save the variables, which is what all this does. Because I basically need all this logic if I am right, and I do believe so that I am. Actually need that. Because the only difference is that I don't need to check if we have a save, because it doesn't matter for this check here. We just want to make sure that we save the settings that we change. This does not have to be chainable, so let's just start from one end and set up the logic. Yeah, I'll need a lot of references to buttons here. Is there a better way to do this? I could technically make a couple of simple flow machines for the toggle, for the for these value change events, and then handle the actual events on the buttons themselves, that then on start find a reference to this game object where the settings are located. So instead of the settings keeping track of where all the buttons that I want, then all the buttons instead do the opposite. They find the settings that they are modifying. And then I just, on those settings buttons, feed in a string that I can define in the inspector, so that when you press it, it knows, oh, it's this button event that we're talking about, like a unique event identifier. And then I just pass that event on to here, and then we do an event call. That could be a cool way of doing it. And then we trigger that custom event with the same identifier that we can we should probably hard code it in here. And maybe even hard code it. No, it would have to be dynamic for the buttons. That's going to be a bit weird. But then instead of doing the on toggle here, yeah, that could work. That could work. You feed that in there. And this would also run this. So you run the event. You set the setting according to the state that the button is in. Toggle, I mean. And then you save which value. Technically this value. Yeah, that should work. Once all the other moving parts are completely set up. And it doesn't require a lot of variables and assigning and stuff. I like it. Just keep these here because these need to be on the other flow machine. The only thing is though that I need to make one for on toggle value changed and on slider value changed. Is there anything that gets set? Yeah, some of these things have like really slightly special variables. I wonder why this focus distance is actually not a slider, but then aperture and focal length is. For all intents and purposes, from a UI perspective, it doesn't matter where the value variables are coming from because they're still like just inspector representations of that. The only thing I don't know in this case what to do with is the kernel size, but I can just leave it for the time being and just use the defaults as I said before. But yeah, all these variables are just sliders, really. Cool. I guess for these, I would have to make like a drop-down menu or something. Do we have anything? There is on drop-down menu value changed. And then index. And then based on the index, I can go through a list of kernel sizes, maybe. So these are the three event types that I need to make like flow machines for. Because I don't want to use Unity's built-in UI shit, because I've already started doing other scripts that needed to divert from it simply because of how it works, so that I have complete control over when these things get triggered. So I'd rather just do it that way. And I mean, they just reference themselves, so if this is on the slider, the toggle, or the drop-down menu, then it doesn't even need a reference to itself. Only this main camera here. And this doesn't even have to be on the camera. So what if we take and copy this component, and in the bootstrapper we make a new game object We call you settings manager. And we just put it in here instead. Don't see why not. Then we just need to also do the post-processing settings macro. But yeah, then if I ever need to make more settings happen, I can split them up so that this logic is only for the post-processing settings, and if I need to make one for volume, I make another one and chuck it on here with its own script. Just to keep it like separated, but still like in the same object. Yeah, that could work. Especially because these just change the modified main camera whatever profile, right? So let's also remove this reference because I don't need that, the default one. Alrighty. Now the question is, have I already made anything for this? I don't think so. Got a profiles menu for the save game profiles that I was working on, but that's for another day. Item inventory UI. I don't think I have a settings menu yet. No. Might be able to just duplicate that. And we call you settings, actually options, menu UI. And how do we want to structure this? So we could have tabs that go for like all the different menus. And then depending on that, we swap out the actual contents of this. Yeah, I've definitely been at work here. Oh, this is functional though. Or maybe it is, I don't even know. It's definitely not accessible yet. What would be the best way of doing this? Hierarchy-wise. Instead of return to game button, we do need one to return to the main menu. That is definitely one thing I need to make sure to remember to have. Hey there, Salphia. How you doing? Welcome to. Oh, no problem. It's not even DLC, right? Because it's a free expansion update, as far as I read into it. I didn't actually see when it was going to be out, but yeah, I'm curious. Are you sure? What? But I thought I read something else. Maybe I was just like reading between the lines too much. The world expansion free content update, it says here. Okay. Okay, so there is both. Okay, there we go. I was about to say, but you do also get new content with this. New survival mode scenario taking place in the new biome, which is the Metallic Valley. Yeah, I guess I scrolled down and I got to, oh, free content update, and then I was like, oh, you guys gotta see this, and then I forgot to read the rest. Because I was just like, oh, okay, interesting. So what's in the DLC then? So that expands the story campaign, spanning over several hours of gameplay, right? But is that because your game slows down to a crawl? I really hope they're fixing some of the massive performance issues this game has. Yeah, so the story, so you get access to the Metallic Valley biome in survival mode, but if you want the story part, you gotta pay up. Okay. Have they thought this through? Because I think that for Riftbreaker, the least interesting part is the story mode. Or maybe that's just me. I lag out like crazy as soon as I start making the plant growers or mine layers or anything that's drone related. It just lags out like crazy. It just becomes it doesn't become unplayable, but everything takes like 4 times as long to do. And whenever you get attacked by huge swarms of enemies, the same happens as the game slows down to a crawl for me. But that could just be because my GPU is struggling. I don't know. Anyways. So again, just story mode content. But you can do this in survival mode too, if you have mod. So, okay. New enemy species, but wasn't that also in the free content update? So far, the only thing you get is story content by the sounds of it. Research new additions to the technology tree, utilizing your curiosity to discover in the new biome, buildings, weapons, and equipment. But that's also in the free update, I suppose. And if it's just because there's storyline specific research you need in order to progress, then I don't really care. Again, so you get story content and story content. And story content. Expansion will unlock as you progress through the game. If you have previously completed Riftbreaker story campaign, you can continue the adventure where you left off. Additional part of the story will unlock immediately, giving you the option to explore a new part of the world. So these are not really, these are just like information bits. So all of this is pertaining to the story, it seems. I mean, that's the thing, right? It doesn't say. Because these are the additions beyond, like these are the places where they could add things that are not in the free update, right? But the new technology harnessing the power of morphium, right? A mysterious resource that seems to break the laws of physics. It's just added to the base game. And they do also say new weapons. I assume that's associated to that, right? With new defensive towers, again, is probably associated to that new resource. Lightning guns, heavy plasma cannons, and even a chainsaw. Rebalance survival mode experience. That's what I'm excited for this here. This is what I'm excited for because survival mode is like where the game is at. I felt that the storyline campaign was fine, but it was like drawn out and I don't know. It was kind of like, okay, I beat it after like just sitting around and waiting in the end. That was my experience at least. My base took up, you know, maybe 70% of the map in the end, and I had all the resources I could ever want. And it was just like so laggy because of the amount of shit that I had. Match repair and upgrade tools, more intelligent floor building utility, which is nice. Many more, the full update details, blah blah blah. Okay. What about performance improvements though? So all players will gain access to the new content in survival mode and then sandbox mode. So that tells me that you get access to everything that's in the DLC, but only for survival and sandbox. Everyone will also be able to utilize the new assets in the Riftbreaker editor suite to create custom maps and campaigns. So yeah, as they put it, at least, it sounds very much like purchasing the expansion only, the only thing it does is it allows you to play through this content in the campaign mode of the game. But the only thing that says campaign mode apart from survival is that you can access multiple maps, which is cool, but I don't know. Seems like a tough sell, but I mean $10 also isn't exactly a lot, so for some voice line acting and potential, I don't even think the maps are like preset there. I'm pretty sure they're like randomly generated too. I guess for $10, I don't know, seems a bit empty. But we'll just have to wait and see. Regardless though, new content is always nice, isn't it? That is the main point, isn't it? All right. So back to Unity from that Riftbreaker detour. Oh, okay. Also supports them to make more DLC or game later. Yes. Yes, it does. And it's a valid point. Main menu. There we go. Setting that up so that clicking that swaps the UIs around. And we have our options button here, which needs to do the same, just in reverse. Disable the UI it is in, and enable the options UI. Oh yeah. Hey Loki, loud noises. No, just no. I don't want the loud noises. I've already gone in and deleted the freaking waterfalls. I was so tired of it. What button not showing today? A. None of that today. We're behind that. It's all working. It's all working. Now today we're working on screen effects, the depth of field currently. So I'm slowly getting started on the game option/settings menu. I need to make sure, where the heck is it? We have that manager somewhere, but where is it again? Where the heck? Oh, there it is. It's hidden in here. UI toggle initialization manager. Because I need to add the one that I just added to the UI. So that's the option menu. You need to make sure that that is in the disable list. There we go. Have the big tree. I haven't done anything in relation to a big tree. Sorry to disappoint, Sapphire. Playing around with building your procedural dungeon generator, and once you got it running last night, you realized it would be better off just building it as a tiled approach. Don't you feel stupid? Yeah, at bedtime they were doing a tiled approach as well, but they were doing a oh shit, that button is actually disabled. They were doing an approach where you had like let's call them rooms or whatever, and they had like snapping points for where an entry and an exit would be, and at every of those points it would generate a new random element from like a collection of prefabs, if you will. So you had like modular level elements that were like larger areas, and they were saved as prefabs, and then in the random gen it would just like generate all these and hook them together in various ways. But that's one way to do it. Yes, exactly, Selfire. They were also heavily inspired by Diablo. So options menu. So is it enough to just enable the button? I do not remember. We'll figure out, I guess. Typing fat fingers. Wow. That is not the menu that it should open. What the... Hmm? Oh. It was the one, I forgot. This one's being like... there's like freaking stuff on this, isn't there? Remove that. Profiles text. Yep. Do like that, just so we have something empty. Should walk them. Wait, what? What do you say, Loki? You started out doing a linked list approach with every unit knowing itself and able to set up the next link, but really that's just silly. Since the rooms aren't going to change, it's simpler to just consider it a layered matrix and then just generate air where there is nothing. So so for bedtime, they had, you're familiar with Minecraft, okay? They literally had a turtle similar to the mining turtles you would find in Minecraft. And what that one would do is that it would walk around the edges of the tiles and put down the walls that are supposed to go around the edges of the island. So all you literally were putting down were the floor tiles on which you were walking on. Walls were placed dynamically at runtime and randomly as well. So those were being populated. Because Hellfire. Right now I'm just testing. Because I took it from the main menu and I just renamed the text on it. So it's the return to game button, but just with different functionality. Hey, I can get back and forth. What a concept. Just so I can actually get to the settings menu. Don't know where to put it though. I guess at the bottom of the screen somewhere. I guess we also don't need the title on this one. That would be a bit unnecessary. Is that better? Oh shit. Let's just chuck it up there for now. No, there's no credits. There isn't even a credits menu yet, so sorry to disappoint. That doesn't even exist. Change that to a white color, that way it shouldn't look disabled when I open it up now. But no, it was like when I was designing the main menu UI initially, I was like, okay, well, let's add all the buttons that I could conceivably think about ahead of time that I want eventually. That way at least I make sure that there's actual space for it and not having to rescale everything later. Well, while we're at it, why don't we add the functionality to the options button? Actually, what am I doing? I think it's just as easy to just do this, duplicate an existing one, call it options button, and change its setup. There we go. Oh yeah. Let's also remember to actually change the text. Oh fuck, okay. That was not the right thing to disable, I guess. Oh shit. What am I doing? I was enabling the button. Alright, alright. Let's also have that enabled by default. All right. That might actually be a thing. So this one had the enable interaction scaling disabled, and I think I want the same for this one. And do I have it to the on the return to main menu button? Yes, I do. Just so the main menu is a little bit more snappy. Otherwise it waits for the animation to finish, and I don't want that. I don't want that. But hey, Sapphire, at least the buttons are seemingly behaving a bit better now. That's something. There we go, now it enters as soon as you click it. That's a bit better. Cool. Now we can actually get into the settings menu. That's the first step of the journey. Now let's start populating this sucker. Collapse that. This is just a piece of text, right? Yep. What are the settings? Oh, we'll get to those in just a moment. There's quite a lot. Right now, the settings that I'm just going to be setting up are for post-processing effects for the camera. So depth of field, and then along the way, eventually anti-aliasing and bloom effects, because those are the ones that are on the camera. Right now, mainly the depth of field, though, because it's dependent on your screen resolution. So you need to be able to set those settings in game somehow if you have a larger resolution screen, apparently. So let's see here. Yeah, please add option for hold clicking. We can look at that. No, it's actually something I want to implement. I do want to implement a built-in auto clicker. That's actually on the to-do list. Right now though, because there's a lot of game settings, this might have to contain a scroll rect in order for that to work. Except it would just be not for 5 seconds, it would be until you let go or something. Either that or like a toggle, so that when you click it just... So it would be like an option setting where like it would be a auto clicker enabled, and then another setting for whether or not you should hold down your mouse or pressing to toggle, basically. That's how I want it to do. Because I want to make the game a bit more accessible in that regard. And because if I do make it through the game itself, I can do cool things like say, oh, okay, you know, it only auto clicks on the resources in the game and what else might be there that you're actually wanting to auto click, which should still allow you to interact with UI elements and that kind of stuff without it, you know, repeatedly opening and closing because you forgot to disable the auto clicker, which you would have that problem if you use a separate tool. There's also things related to how sound is played that I can play around with, so you don't get like sound effects spamming you. So there's a condition there if the auto clicker is enabled. So yeah. I think it would probably just be a setting, honestly, because it's an accessibility feature. It's not like a game mechanic per se. So it's like an optional thing, but not like intended gameplay, if you know what I mean. It's just an accessibility feature, which, you know, means that you should be able to set it up to how you prefer it within what's capable, possible in the engine, of course. So, menu. So let's see here, input field, scroll view. Maybe I can just take a scroll view from somewhere else. What would be a good place to grab that from? Oh yeah, actually the profiles text menu has one, doesn't it? Because this down here is a scroll view. Oh, fuck. Eh. It would be this game object here. Does it get populated things automatically? No, good. But if I remember correctly, there was something where... Can you do it like this? Because there was something about a scroll rect and how I've done it in the past that just doesn't work. Because this has to be on top of anything that you populate into the scrolling window, right? Because if you don't, then it's behind, and then you can't just like drag it up and down to scroll it, or use your mouse wheel on it for that matter. So I just need to make sure that I'm not doing that, causing that problem. Right, and the container is in here. Yeah, so this is a vertical layout group. So I think these two technically have to be reversed. That I put a scroll rect on top of everything. But I can't remember if that was a problem too. Maybe... Oh, it could be because there's like a invisible... This is invisible, right? Yeah. On top. Because I have other places in the game where I have scroll rects and they're not set up properly. Alright, Selfie. Thanks for dropping by. Have a good one. Thanks. Thank you very much. Yeah, so this game object is the background on which everything is. And then in here, bump. Trying to think. So we need toggles in here. Do I have a toggle somewhere else? Yes, I do. But let's try and put a slider in here for now, see what happens. Well, it's not showing. That's a bit interesting, I guess. What if we create it in the inventory directly? Yeah, so that just puts it in the middle of everything. Yeah, and this has a vertical layout group. That means this would need a layout element, right? Yes. And then if I up here tell it to child false expand width, then it'll go to the bounds of this box. So no matter how big it is, it's always going to expand all the way. Okie dokie. And then up here, I should be able to put some, yeah, padding in. So if we want it to be 30 pixels away from the outer bounds, as well as the top and the bottom of this scroll rect, we can do so. If I just add more, What's a good size on this one? Right, 40 maybe. Let me guess, I cannot interact with these. No. Okay, let's see what kind of background elements, UI and stuff I have. Oh lordy. Got a lot. This is not gonna be how I'm gonna find these. Let's go into the project. And actually, let me use this UI as a reference. Actually, couldn't I just use the one that I've used for the scroll bar on the side, maybe? Because that's basically the same thing. Eventually, like, get rid of that too, but one thing at a time. The background scroll area is a bit dark. Oh, shoot. Right. I wonder if I can just rotate this. I wonder how that how it would deal with that. Okay. Before I do that though, what's this background element? Huh? Okay. So that's just this sort of, okay. And it's set to sliced. Okay. Okie dokie. So question is if I then do want to use that slide scroll area here, because I could just take that and then just make a horizontal asset so I don't have to do some weird shit. Because I don't know if using any of these would make it look weird. That was the wrong place. Try and do that on the slider. The slider background. There we go. I mean, it could potentially work. Doesn't look terrible. But it's not designed for this. Then we've got the handle slide area. And the handle. A knob. Yeah, these are not really made for this. What if I take this square one? Just use that for now. It only has a width. Ah, right, because it's set to be scaled according to the height of the parent, I think. The handle slide area. Okay, what happens if we press play? What does this actually look like when we're using it at the moment? Because I also need to add a ton of stuff to this, like a value that tells you what it's set to, for instance. But we'll get there. Okie dokie, can't even interact with it. Yeah, figures. It's because this is in front. There we go. Okay. As expected. That's why this one isn't working, is because it's got that image overlay. Don't think it needs, but it needs that for the mask. And that's where the whole trouble started back then. Because the mask is what makes sure that when you scroll beyond a certain point, it doesn't go out of bounds. which is not necessary in this case, it seems. Cool. Might mean that fixing the other scroll rects might not be that big of a deal after all. Hopefully. Because that's something I could do in an afternoon then. Why did I press new game? That was pure impulse. Hmm. Let's get rid of all these duplicates. Just working with this one. Alright, I can actually, I forgot, I can fucking, such a dumbass. I just set it in the inspected the value. I can tell it to be whole numbers. Nice. Handle slide area. That's a transform, okay. That's just the handle. Yeah, so this is the fill, okay. It's using a UI sprite. That thing there. So... what happens if we take that and replace it with our own? Just as a quick test here. Yeah, we need to make some specific sprites for this to look really nice, but I guess this works for now. Then the next thing is the value. On value change. So on value change and then like change the text of a text field maybe? That would work, right? Is this according to the layout group? New. According to here, right? So upper center is the child alignment. Okay. Then why is it aligning according to the top left? What am I missing here? Oh, it's because I'm forcing the child expand thing. Got it. Ah. Centralize the text. There we go. Oh. So where do we have you? String name, no. Font asset font. Character width, character spacing alpha. Question is, of course, if I can even do it this way. So what do we have in here? So it's just the text field I want to change. Okay. Don't see it anywhere. Yeah, that's the alpha layout element component. So it would be the Text Mesh Pro UI or UGY UI. But how do I set that? Alpha, character spacing with adjustment, font size max, min, line spacing adjustment, mapping UV line offset, outline width, paragraph spacing, word wrapping ratio. So there's nothing up in dynamic floats. But then again, it's not a float. Oh, I can go fucking down, but okay, so the mouse wheel just doesn't work in here. I see, okay. Set text, there we go. Jesus Christ, okay. But I want to set it according to the slider.max, slider.value. I don't want to set it like, I guess I can't do it this way. Guess I cannot do it this way. I would also have to feed it a string, so. No biggie. I mean, we do need to add some functionality to the slider anyway. A flow machine under bolt. And that would be settings slider. Yeah, settings slider, let's call it that. And then we will need a script as well to contain a bunch of variables. Settings slider. And then we'll do a toggle and a what else at some other point. Let's just do this first. Get in. Settings slider script. Move that up there. And open up that sucker. So the first thing we're going to need is a game object. And we call that settings manager. Then what else? Don't need a reference to the slider because that's on the same game object. That's the script itself. We need a float. Which we call settings value, not value, value. Because this is a slider, it needs to be a float at least. And then we need a TM Pro UGI thing. Oh, how does that work again? Okay, so it's just TM Pro. And what's the name of those again? So it's TM Pro UGI, I think. Yeah, and then it's like the TM Pro UGI.text. So settings, text. Just got annoyed by the fact that I called it settings as plural. It is called settings manager, but it's a setting value and this setting text, right? Right. Is there anything else we need? Don't think so. Let's update those unit options. There we go. All right. And is this the... No, it's not. There we go. That's the right one. Cool. So on slider value change, that's the event of this object. So when this slider value changes, we want to post an event, amongst other things, to the settings manager. So settings slider, settings manager. And then we want settings slider value. Which is actually just the value down here. Might not even need this variable then. Might not even need this one. Settings slider text. Let's do a tm pro UGUI text, right? And there's a set, I believe. That text, something like that. And it's this one. As string, right? Oh, does it have to say like float as string? Is it called toString? I remember, I'm pretty sure you have to do that. There it is. Okay, so it's float toString. So we need to pass that in there. Can I just do this? I think I can. I think I can. Oh, right. I remember what we need. We need a string for this. Well, since we don't really need a setting value, then just replace it with this. What do we call this? Because the string that we're passing on is basically the event identifier. So whatever we put into this slider here as an event has to match whatever it is that we set up on the other end on the manager. So what would that be? That would be the setting type or setting name. Or setting events, change setting event name. If you want to be completely anal about it. Change setting event name, right? And let's put that as the very top, actually. Because the other references are just references to the text that we want to change in the settings manager that we want to access. Also rebuild those unit options. QL. Settings slider. Event name. We just need to get that one, and then that is the event that we'll be posting. Or posting, triggering in this case. Frigging Wise, Bolt, both have their own terminology, I suppose. A little bit messy, but essentially what we're doing is that if this slider is changed, it triggers an event that sets the string according to the value that it is changed to, and then it sets the text that it's associated with to that string. And then once it's done that, it should post the change setting event on the manager. Now the question is, have we set this up yet? I don't remember. Because we've got it in here. Yeah, we don't have the names for this. Well, I mean, why don't we just use the name of the actual save file? That would be the easiest way to keep it consistent. And of course, right now we're changing a float, not a bool, so to test this, I actually need to set up this thing for something else, don't I? Let's just do focus distance, I suppose. That should do the trick. In here, let's just get it all hooked up. Oh right, I need to have that extra step in there, don't I? So we need to access the settings on this one. And the argument gets passed on from the event. And is everything hooked up correctly? I think so. So we just take this DOF focus distance, which is now hard coded, I guess, into the settings manager. And we need to pop that into the slider settings here. Hardwired? I guess so, Unimatrix. I guess it would be hardwired in this case. Hard flowed? So this should work, right? Let me just go through this. So event is called, slider has changed value. We update the UI element, and then we send an event towards the settings manager with that variable in tow, which then gets applied and then saved down into a save file, so that if we load the game, that file gets loaded, and then that is now your new default setting for this variable here. So in theory, I should be able to adjust the focus distance right now through just the game itself, which would be exciting if it works. We'll see though. Reminds you of a music software where you can flip the panels and connect them with virtual cables. Yeah, it's a bit like that. It's also very similar to setting up material settings in Blender, or shaders, like making shaders through node-based systems. I mean, I can see the code running, of course, every time, and it's good that it's only running once every time it changes, so... The thing, though, is I don't see the settings in the manager changing. What am I missing here? Depth of field mode model. Focus distance. Yeah, that is not changing. Might also not want to do a save every time I change the smallest minute thing. That might be a bad way of doing things. Should probably wait until you click on like main menu. However, that I still have to figure out why this is. So camera post-processing settings, yes. Depth of field model get, which should be this thing over here. Oh, I know what we're missing. We're missing a step. Because don't I have to... Yeah, I have to do the settings set for that model. I'm missing this step. Wait. And here we do want it to be chainable so that I can also pass that along. Goddamn. Aha! Ah! Focus distance is changing now. Cool, cool, cool. Dun, 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 dun. Let's get... You a little bit bigger for now. So can I actually, if I change the focus distance? Okay, if it's really low, okay, so this should probably be a float value then. But I should be able to go in here to options. Basically, if I set it down to 0, yeah, everything's super blurry. But if we set it to 1, slightly less blurry. Set it to 2. It's basically not blurry. Okay. Well, since we're just doing it as a float, I can just change the settings on the slider on what it's allowed to do. And it seems like max value should just be 2, really. The only thing that I'm missing right now is like a step. Essentially. So either I have to set it to whole numbers and then interpolate that, which might be one way to go. Or just keep it floating point numbers. But if it's floating point numbers, it's probably not going to be super pretty. My guess is that it's going to have a lot of decimal point numbers there. Yeah. I mean, it works. It's just not pretty. Oh, right. I can't do it that way. Just to test it. Yeah, if we set it to like... The only problem is you can't... you can't see this. But if I did something like that, you would be able to. Oh, that is so fucking cool. It looks so simple to do, but just being able to adjust this while the game is running is fucking cool. 'Cause that's progress. Progress you can see. So... So if I just make like a thing where I disable the image here or something, or maybe just make that a separate layer in the parent child system, like on top of this, then I can just disable it whenever you're like have pressed new game or load game basically, and then it should work. Yeah, because the only way to access those buttons would be from the main menu. And when you start the game anew, you do want that black background there because, you know, there's nothing out there otherwise. But by loading or the game, a saved game, or generating and starting a new one, you don't get the opportunity to quickly jump into the options menu and see all that stuff, right? You can only do either. So that would work. Well, let's just add an image component, I guess. And say BG. This is just a black color, right? Yep. Just making sure. Make that screen wide, no matter the resolution. And then we just need to hook up the logic for it. Should be simple enough. Main menu UI. New game button, and it's just the disable game objects list. Then we do the same for the load. Oh, that's interesting. Haven't actually set this one up yet. Okay, well, I missed one. The area toolbar and all these buttons and the main story toolbar. There's just all of this. Okay. So let's lock you. Then I can just, okay. Then I can just multi-select all this. Disable you guys. And then remove all this stuff. And then what we do is that we just add the BG element here on disable. Oh, should work. Let's make sure. Why can I not grab a hole in the edge of this window? What the hell? Oh, because it's not. It's no, it is. Wait, what? Yeah. Just wanted to rescale that. What the fuck? So if we went to the options menu, we'll have the black background and our variables changing here. And if we press new game, of course everything's super blurry, that doesn't matter. But hey, that actually kind of works. I might have to do one thing though. Yeah. Have to do one thing though. Because right now you can interact with everything in the background, and I don't think that's a good idea. Because that could cause all kinds of trouble. I could also technically disable all the in-game UI when you have the options menu open, and then when you return to the main menu, disable them all so that you don't have all the, so you only see the game space. That would actually be kind of nice, wouldn't it? But let's see here. Raycast block. So this just has to be completely transparent, but it has to be a raycast target just like the BG does. I mean, technically this doesn't even have to be a raycast target now. Whoops. This one doesn't. So let's see if that works. If I remember correctly, that's all I have to do. Because then it's gonna block my mouse from interacting with anything else below it. But I can still go back to the main menu. Cool. Okay, game? What? What? The fuck? Whoa, what the hell just happened? There's no errors. That was the new one. Please don't do that again. Aha. It does seem like this is all I need for the DOF. At least so that you can sort of tune it. And then like a toggle to just like period turn it on and off. Still need to prettify it, but I can't interact with the background UI now, so that's good. Now, unfortunately, all those UI elements in the background are all like separate things, so that would be a bit of a headache to set up, but let's do it anyway. Oh wait, but no, damn. Okay, I might not be able to just do it that way, because there's some UI elements that are enabled based on conditions due to your progress in the game. So if I just enable them this way and disable them, yeah, I would need to do it in a more from a list of things that, like, should it be allowed to basically be enabled or not at the current point in time, and then if it is, then do it. But it's not made to do that right now. Okay, we'll just leave it as it is. And then it's like added to the to-do list. Okay, there's like something weird going on with this window. Heck are you doing? Unity? Why are you behaving so weird? Could have just been because I scaled this too small and it didn't know what to do. Oh well. What's next? Well, honestly, I think that's pretty much it for today. Because this should all be at a point where I'm not too worried about leaving it for tomorrow. And then I'll continue working on this tomorrow. Because it's getting late. And I don't want to overdo it like I did. Well, I did work a little bit longer yesterday. So yeah, a couple more like 6-hour sessions like this, and the MonsterStone will be ready to go. Oh my god, I've got so many tabs open. There we go. Well, since there seems to be a good amount of people in chat, just want to see if there's anyone that we can go and say hi to. Don't really know. Let's see, what are they doing here? They're doing art. Nah. I think we're just gonna call it for today and do like a quiet thing. So tomorrow is another development stream where we'll be continuing work on this. And then Friday and Saturday will be gameplay streams, where Friday, I'm not entirely sure which game to play, if I'm honest. But it might be Saturday that I play some Supreme Commander, which I know some people are curious about. They probably know who they are. But Friday currently is a little bit up in the air. I'm not entirely sure on what to be playing on that day. But if nothing else, then maybe Minecraft. It depends a bit. Peaky just updated the... or not updated, but he did some server maintenance and it should all be working, but I haven't actually been on the server recently, so I assume it's accessible, but other than that, I don't know. But anyways, that's it for today. Thanks for being here until the end, those of you who are still here, and those who dropped by, of course, as well. And I hope to see you all on the next one. I've been Dragon, and thanks for today, and goodbye. Bye-bye.